Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the Saudi national anthem. حضورنا الكرام، الرجاء التكرم بالوقوف إن كنتم قادرين على ذلك للسلام الملكي.
Beyond is where progress finds its purpose. A global movement, not measured by profit alone, but by the lives we touch and the world we shape. The stakes are higher than ever, and so is the opportunity to add value. Technology is reshaping how we serve. New models are redefining how we give. And new alliances will define how far we can go together. Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a bold next chapter unfolds. As leaders across the globe and nonprofit ecosystem unite to rethink impact, strengthen trust, and build a better future. When innovation meets purpose, capital becomes a catalyst for change. Then, vision, resilience, and leadership drive transformation. As we rise together, the world rises with us. Ideas ripple outward, solutions scale, and the impossible becomes inevitable. Partnerships that unlock scale. Technology that serves humanity. Funding that builds trust and sustainability. Leadership that multiplies impact. Beyond is where ideas become action and purpose becomes progress. Together, let's accelerate change. Welcome to the Beyond Profit Forum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our virtual audience who are watching us from around the world, good afternoon, and welcome to the inaugural Beyond Profit, hosted by the National Center for the Non-Profit Sector. My name is Wa'am Al-Dakhil. I'm a Saudi journalist and TV presenter, and it's my great pleasure to be one of your hosts for today alongside you, Ben.
Wham, thank you. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Ben Thompson, a journalist and news anchor for more than 25 years. I will be your moderator for some of the sessions on this stage today, but I'll also guide you through a packed agenda that we have tomorrow on day 2 of our event. Now, it's worth saying that we gather today at what is an inflection point for the global non-profit sector. The forces that shape social impact work are shifting faster than ever. Funding flows are being rewritten. Power is moving closer to communities. Technology is transforming exactly how we deliver that impact. And the lines between non-profit, government, and business continue to blur.
And that's why Beyond Profit was created to discuss, debate, and chart the path forward. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we will explore new funding models, learn how organizations are actually localizing leadership, discover the new tools expanding reach, and examine how partnerships and alliances are helping scale solutions internationally.
And so whether, as William says, you're joining us here in the room in Riyadh or around the world online, this is your opportunity to be part of that change, to help shape what happens next.
Absolutely, Ben. We welcome one and we welcome all, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open our proceedings. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ahmed bin Sulaiman Al-Rajhi, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, Chairman of the National Center for the Non-Profit Sector. Welcome, Your Excellency. The stage is all yours.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed partners, I am pleased to be with you today at this global gathering as we celebrate the launch of the first edition of the Beyond Profit International Nonprofit Forum, a platform that brings together leaders, policymakers, and experts from around the world to shape a new era of development driven by impact, sustainability, and responsibility. This forum brings together more than 100 speakers from 20 countries and around 1,500 participants, including social innovation pioneers from across the globe, positioning the sector as the integral part of the future of the global development. Esteemed guests, globally, the nonprofit sector is considered the third pillar of development, alongside the public and private sector. According to international references and studies, the sector plays a vital role in advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and contribute to all economic sectors, especially education and healthcare. For example, in the G7 countries, the nonprofit sector contributes an average of 4.5% of a GDP. Perhaps more importantly, it is a major source of employment, as it employs those countries between 4.5 to 15% of the total workforce. Although the size of global nonprofit sector is difficult to calculate, recent estimates suggest it is responsible for employment of between 440 to 210 million workers, accounting to between 7 and 10% of the total workforce. Furthermore, estimates suggest that the annual global expenditure of NPO, nonprofit organizations, is more than $2.5 trillion. Esteemed guests, in the Kingdom, the nonprofit sector is not a new or emerging sector. It is a sector with nearly century-long history of organized institutional work. Since 1928, when His last Majesty King Abdulaziz issued the first official system to regulate donations and their distribution, the Kingdom has been developing our model of social solidarity and development care, building on this deep-rooted legacy and under direct support of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Saudi Vision 2030 aimed in enhancing the role of the nonprofit sector through a modern institutional approach. Our National Center for Nonprofit Sector was established to contribute to this historically journey, unify the regulatory umbrella of the sector, enhance governance, transparency, and empowerment, improve data quality, and ensure policy coherence and integration. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the sector has witnessed unprecedented growth. The number of nonprofit organizations has risen to over 7,000 compared to 1,700 in 2017. So this is an increase of 400%. The share of specialized organizations aligned with the national development priorities increased by more than 92%. The sector's contribution to the GDP grown to around 1.2% in 2023, and target of 5% by 2030. The number of employees in the sector has reached to more than 140,000 compared to 19,000 in 2017. The number of volunteers has exceeded 1.5 million, and volunteers' opportunities has grown to more than 500,000 compared to 40,000 in 2018. Also, beneficiary satisfaction with non-profit services exceeded 89%, reflecting the strength of the sector, impact, and the quality of its transformation. The forum consists of 4 pillars: power of partnership, tech and mission, future of giving, and sustaining people and purpose. They all offer a powerful bridge between global practice and national ambition. Let me highlight 3 key messages. First, collaboration matters. Under power of partnership pillar, we recognize that government alone cannot address society's most complex challenges. However, by joining forces with the non-profit sector, businesses, academics, and local communities, we can unlock new capabilities. Second, innovation is essential. Under tech and mission pillar, we see how data, digital tools, emerging technologies, and social innovation can transform, and how non-profit sector can organize and deliver impact, measures and outcomes, and scale of change. Third, human-centered and future-oriented, the future of giving and sustaining people as a purpose pillar remained, and as a society investment and more than transaction, they are about to empower people, building leadership, and create resilient organization. In closing, as we convene here in Riyadh, let us reframe our commitment to shift from short-term charity to long-term strategic impact, from isolated projects to system change, from silos to open collaboration. I extend my deepest thanks and appreciation to our wise leadership for their generous support and continuous attention, which have empowered the non-profit sector and strengthened its role in national development. I also thank our partners across government, for the non-profit organizations, the private sector, international institutions, and participants in this forum for their presence and valuable contributions. We look forward to this global gathering, generating meaningful ideas, impactful partnership, and innovative initiatives that enhance the sector impact and contribute to serving humanity and advancing development anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for getting Beyond Profit off to a great dynamic start. May I kindly ask you to remain with us on stage to recognize the General Authority for Exhibitions and Conferences for their vital support in enabling this forum. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the Acting CEO, Hatem Al-Kahli, to receive the award. Welcome. A recognition, ladies and gentlemen, for their partnership and support and their vital role in advancing the Kingdom's exhibitions and conferences sector and its strengthening collaborations. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ahmed bin Sliman Al-Rajhi, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, Chairman of the National Center for Non-Profit Sector, and congratulations, Hatem Al-Kahli and the General Authority for Exhibitions and Conferences. What a momentum, ladies and gentlemen, to build upon. We are truly living in a defining chapter of Saudi Arabia's transformation story. The Saudi Vision 2030 calls on every sector, public, private, non-profit, to play its part in shaping a society that is vibrant, empowered, and driven by purpose. And that is exactly why we're all here today. We're here to connect, to collaborate, and to learn from one another, to share stories of giving back that are transforming systems and economies, strategies that turn impact into measurable change. And that's the true essence of going beyond profit, to reimagine philanthropy as a force of resilience. And now we move from national purpose to global perspective, to explore how philanthropy evolves when challenges grows and resources tighten, and when the world asks us to do more with more meaning. When the belts tighten and states retreat, what does the future of new philanthropy looks like? Our next conversation dives straight into that question, examining how new models of philanthropy are emerging from necessity and powered also by innovation. This segment, ladies and gentlemen, unfolds in two parts. First, a keynote, and then followed by a panel discussion. So please join me in welcoming Matthew Bishop, co-founder of Social Progress Imperative. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, and what an honor to be here today to speak with you. And thank you to His Excellency for framing this conversation today with such inspiration. It's clear that the kind of conversation that we're having over the next 2 days is going to be very important to how the vision for 2030 in this country unfolds, and indeed the world's vision for 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, what happens in the next 5 years, which is so important in terms of delivering the change that the whole of humanity needs. It's been my mandate this afternoon is to start by setting the scene for the conversation that the panel will have, and then we will go on to have. And it's drawing very much on my experience as the author of a book called Philanthrocapitalism that came out in 2008, which really described this new philanthropy movement that is, I think, continuing to be at the heart of the kind of questions that we need to debate and the kind of new approaches that we need to take if we're going to deliver the kind of change that's envisaged in the Vision 2030 and in the Sustainable Development Goals. And in particular, I think there are 3 words that we all need to reflect upon a lot in every conversation that we have, which is how do we achieve scale in the change that's needed, in the innovations that we're introducing? How are we bringing innovation in the way society operates and gets stuff done? And how do we take, in the social sector in particular, more of the kind of entrepreneurial risk that the business world takes? Too often, people in rooms like these that I find myself in a lot are quite risk averse in ways when they're approaching big social challenges that they're not when they're taking business decisions. And how do we change that? How far should we change that? So, philanthrocapitalism was a word I invented when I was writing for The Economist that kind of, to me, caught the moment of what I was seeing with both very successful entrepreneurs, became rich, wanted to do something with their money to build a better world, and they were bringing an entrepreneurial spirit to their giving. I mean, none more so than Bill Gates, who I interviewed a number of times about this for the book. And also business leaders starting to ask questions about how their business should do more in society. In particular, the old model was no longer working. The old model, I think, in much of the world for the last 50 years ago, you would say the old model was business made a country rich, governments took the money from the people who'd made wealth and spent it on trying to solve the social needs of their country. And then charity kind of operated around the edges, often driven by religious spirit and a humanitarian instinct, rather than about problem solving. In the new model, government recognized that it's limited, that there's only so much government can do, and to succeed in the kind of things that people want their governments to provide them with, it had to partner with other organizations, whether it be business or private philanthropy or charity. Without partnership, you weren't going to be able to change the world. At the same time, in the business world, there was more and more of a questioning of why do we exist? Do we just exist to make money, to make profits, or is there a greater purpose underlying why we're here? And are fundamentally, we as business people, also in the business of making society better as we get better off? And I think a growing recognition that the best businesses manage to combine that sense of social purpose with business purpose, and profit maximization alone was actually doing a lot of damage to the planet if it wasn't contained in a set of principles and values that really made a difference. And in the charitable world, this term social entrepreneurship started taking hold. This was the idea that just as entrepreneurs were changing the world through business, that social entrepreneurs could bring innovation into tackling old problems like homelessness or the education challenges or the healthcare challenges, or how do we all get along together better in society. All those questions could be approached through an entrepreneurial lens, and social entrepreneurship became a term, and we started to develop a model that was the philanthropists would act like venture capitalists, and they would find great social entrepreneurs, and they would back those social entrepreneurs with their philanthropy, and somehow we would start solving problems that seemed very, very hard to solve with much more productivity. And, in a way, where we are today is that I think people believe that we need those new approaches in government, in business, and in social entrepreneurship as much as we ever did, perhaps more than we ever did, but that we're still at a phase where we need to figure out how to get the different parts of the system to work together more effectively. That word partnership, how do we make partnerships really deliver greater solutions more efficiently? And we're at a point now where, in some parts of the world, disillusion with government aid has led to a real reversal of commitments. And also in the business world, there's a sense of maybe some of the pressure to do things like ESG had gone too far. And there's another period of questioning as we go into this last phase towards the SDGs, towards what models do we use going forward. And at the same time, we're about to go through this enormous technology revolution that's been building up. But you think about ChatGPT, 3 years old on last Sunday, and it's changed every conversation in the world. ChatGPT was created by a non-profit, OpenAI, and has now become one of the most profitable businesses in the world. And it's raising questions about enormous opportunity that AI brings, but also enormous risks. And so the kind of thoughtful, principled conversation that we're going to have today and tomorrow is kind of framed by the sense that the world is in this extraordinary period of transition and change, and that we need to approach it with a lens of knowing our values, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, and sharing a lot with each other about what we've learned along the way. I just wanted to touch on a couple of other things before we invite the panel out. One is, one of the things that I was involved in co-founding was the Social Progress Index, which is part of a challenge that I think we all have to grapple with, which is how do we measure what we're doing better so that it actually captures the impact that we're trying to achieve. And it's clear that GDP is quite a good measure of certain aspects of how an economy is working, but it actually misses some very important things when you think about, is it capturing the best that a country could be? And so Social Progress Index looks at a whole series of social outcomes and asks the question, what's the relationship between those social outcomes and GDP growth? And you can tell whether you're getting good GDP growth or bad GDP growth, and what you might do differently. Now, just to tell you that in the last 4 years, after a decade of strong growth in social progress around the world, the last 4 years have seen social progress go very flat. And we've even moved into a global social progress recession. The good news for Saudi Arabia is that Saudi Arabia, of all countries in the world since 2011, has seen its social progress rise further. It's gone up by 10 points out of 100 that we measure all countries by. And so Saudi Arabia is maybe the global success story of the last 14 or 15 years in terms of delivering social progress with the GDP that's created. I would also say that compared to countries of similar levels of GDP, Saudi Arabia is also below the benchmarks that a lot of other countries set, which means that there's still the opportunity to just play catch-up with a number of those peer countries and see your social progress rise even further. And I'm going to conclude my remarks here by saying, that is the framing. The world needs to get social progress, which is highly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, moving out of recession and into growth again. And Saudi Arabia has the opportunity to, I think, learn from its own experience and teach the world some of that, but also to draw on best practices that are in other countries to help shape this new ecosystem of social progress, social change, the vision of a better world for all humanity that we're all trying to fulfill. And so I'm really excited about what this next panel is going to talk about and about the next couple of days. And I'd like to invite the panelists to come out on stage now and we'll have a discussion. Thank you very much. So we have a great panel of leaders to pick up some of the themes that I've raised. I'm going to ask, first of all, His Highness Prince Mansour bin Saad to kick us off with your sense of what are the issues we should be grappling with now? What have you learned about what works, what doesn't, and what do you hope you're going to learn from the next couple of days?
Thank you for asking this question. The main important subject is to have a clear vision. So by defining the objectives in a clear manner, it will help the organizations and also the public sector to serve that sector in a clear approach. And the second main pillar is the human capital. So if we have the right human capital, that will serve that sector. And to be honest, we can see from the attendance and who works in that sector, we are reaching there. We have the pioneers in the sector are among us, among the attendants and also in the panels. And I've had a tour for 1 hour in the expedition, and I've seen most of who I have met in the national transformation workshops, which resulted the Vision 2030. So I believe that yes, the public sector and the NGOs are doing the right steps, and they are doing an excellent job to present the sector and serve the sector in a good manner.
And you come to this work as someone who's spent a lot of time in the business world. What are the lessons that you think can be brought across to the more social change orientated part of the economy?
Yes, when I started working in the sector, I realized that there is a definition that should be improved. That non-profit organization doesn't mean a losing organization. It should be the most profitable organization to serve the society and sustain. We have a lot of international benchmarks, and international businesses and international NGOs are leaders in their sectors, and their returned earnings are with the hundreds of billions of dollars. For example, Harvard. I've reviewed their financials, and they are a non-profit organization, and they have hundreds of billions in returned earnings, which explains the importance of having the sector to compete the private sector as well, and even being better than the private sector.
Thank you. Your Highness Princess Nur Faisal, as CEO of the King Khalid Foundation, what do you see as the challenges that you're wrestling with and would like to hear more about, and what are you seeing working and not working?
No, I think the challenge now is keeping up. When we started in 2001, officially what we needed to do at the beginning was really work on capacity building, the institutional capacity building of organizations. There's about 200 organizations now, NGOs. There's more than 6,000 now. This is not counting the whole different enterprises in the non-profit sector, which is much bigger than that. We shifted from, not shifted, but we added social investments because we wanted to promote social entrepreneurism. This was many years ago, before people were talking about it. And we believed in the importance of their role in the non-profit, in the development sector. We also then started our awards, the sustainability awards, not only the non-profit and social entrepreneurship awards. And the reason was, at the time, it was the only way that we saw we were capable of bringing in the private sector and for them to see and learn what they can do for development. And from then, and what has happened now is with the vision, and if you talk to any Saudi, you're going to be bored maybe with the word vision and transformation. It has been an incredible journey. The number of nonprofits in existence, what we are trying to do in capacity building, it is no longer just about the institutional capabilities, but it's about training them on procurement, training them on design thinking. With the huge development, the problems sometimes are a bit more complex now, and we all understand that it is a systems change, that we need to work as partners. With the sustainability awards, now we've shifted the environment and sustainability is part of the mission. So our response was that, of course, is the challenge and the sustainability awards is always increased with the different metrics that come out and frameworks. But now, with the social investment, we are giving the green grants. We have two types of green grants: social equal opportunities green grants, and this is geared towards the nonprofit sector to help them identify and see different areas of work and whether they upskill or reskill their beneficiaries or help them become social entrepreneurs in the environment or green economy. We have our green entrepreneurship, green grants for entrepreneurs. We went from only helping them get established to now giving them the tools to help them scale. So these two have been huge transformations. The way we do our grants, we co-create. So any organization is located, or let's say a foundation, we're in our offices, but we truly believe and understand and know that we do not have the capability to solve a problem in a small town on the periphery of the country. So we co-create with them, we tell them what the problem is, what we're trying to solve, and they come back to us with the solutions. So it's partnerships, it's working on partnerships, creativity, empowering social entrepreneurs in a different way. way. And looking at the vision and the mission, Vision 2030, and adapting to that. In the Gulf region, we have this very nice symbiosis. Every person is a philanthropist. Everybody wants to give. The change is that now people are more strategic. They want to see there is an important role for aid, different types of aid and charity, but people now beyond that want to see impact and want to create proper change and work on development.
Thank you. Asif Saleh, you Managing Director, Executive Director of BRAC, which is probably the best known, or one of the best known and most admired social entrepreneurship-based organizations in the world. What do you have to say to this audience about what what could be what you've learned and what could be applied in this country and the world needs towards 2030 as well?
Right. No, thank you so much, Matthew. And I think after what Her Highness said, that how the focus is really building on creating that ecosystem. I think Saudi has an advantage in this space because there's years of experience and best practices that they can learn from. And I will maybe just highlight 3 things from the question you asked, and based on our experience. Just for those who are not aware, I mean, BRAC originally started in Bangladesh as a small relief organization, but over time, has now grown into one of the largest development organizations from the Global South, with over 100,000 employees and over $1.7 billion in annual budget, and very large-scale programs in poverty eradication mainly, and at the same time focused on a lot of these social enterprises that we started. We now work in 14 countries in Asia and Africa. But the fundamental lesson number 1 has been, for any nonprofit organization actually, purpose is the first thing that drives the setting up of the organization. And purpose meaning that clearly the idea that private sector and public sector cannot solve the society's all the issues. And that's where it's predominantly driven by inequality and more affordability, as we are seeing lately, particularly as more and more countries are facing this crunch for the middle class. So how do you kind of solve this issue of inequality? It's driven by that. And the second thing I would say that there is a slight difference between what we know as charity and what we know as long-term sustainable development. I mean, the way we look at it from BRAC is that charity is where the recipient is a tacit recipient, passive recipient of a support, where a long-term development means that the person who's receiving the support is an active participant. It's not something that is being given to them. It is actually they are a part of a broader process where fundamentally the psychology changes in a way where they are far more hopeful about their future, and they believe and they have that confidence that they themselves can change their lives. So that is a fundamental difference where a lot of focus goes into building that inner agency among the people that we are working for. I mean, second point I was going to make is that now for any country to prosper or to solve its problems, you need capital to flow. Now, different type of capital has different types of purposes. I mean, we know that private sector capital investment is required to solve business challenges. But then there are the other types of capital, whether it's philanthropic or grants. These are there to solve the problems of extreme poverty or issues of inequality. So we need to, first of all, understand what problem that we are actually trying to solve. Not every problem has a business model. So there are certain problems has to be solved by grants, certain problems has by more like more long-term capital, where it has a social and a commercial purpose. And for that, I think it's very important to understand that social enterprises actually require a longer term to actually become profitable. because its decision making is not driven by purely profit maximization. Now, there are, of course, different types of enterprises where you maximize the profit and you donate percentage of your profit to solve a social problem. But I'm talking about social enterprises which are mainly created to solve a social problem. You know, in Bracken, we have numbers of examples like that. We started creating rural artisans' crafts and marketing them into the high net worth upmarket. And that has now grown into almost $150 million revenue and the largest lifestyle brand in Bangladesh. And so these over time can be profitable, but to become profitable, it takes a bit of time. So you need a bit of patient capital. And the last point I'm going to make is that in Bangladesh's case, we have seen that non-profit sector play a very complementary role to the government, where we have large-scale programs, whether it's in child mortality reduction, immunization, education, where government played a role, but then where government couldn't go to the last mile, non-profit sector came in. So I think it's also a very important lesson that it actually, non-profit sector serves that national goal and national achievement. And very early days, government realized that non-profit sector actually makes their work easier and makes their work, makes them look good. So from that perspective, that complementarity has been very instrumental. As a result, government has given a lot of space to non-profit sector in Bangladesh, and the result of that is that in any human development indicators, Bangladesh has done far better than in many other South Asian countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Alvaro Rodriguez, co-founder and managing partner of Ignia. The theme of this event is beyond profit. And I think one of the themes of the last 20 years of thinking about philanthrocapitalism has been that people have recognized the power of profit to drive innovation and risk-taking, but also there's been more awareness of the limits of profit, the profit maximization without thinking through the social context can be bad, but also there's also a recognition that parts of the economy where profit wasn't allowed a role could do better if we could harness the profit motive to drive social change. What have you learnt from your time in the sector that would be, the 2 or 3 points you'd like to make that are important to understand as we try and build out towards the goal and the vision?
Thanks, Matthew. So let me tell you a bit of what my journey has been in this, which is now about 30 years, but very actively about the last 20 years. I was fortunate enough to be in the room when a lot of you have heard the term impact investing. So I was in the room when that term was coined. And the reason why we gathered to try to figure out what was needed was that we saw that there was a gap in the capital curve. And there was a gap in the capital curve which would be capital which would be more patient and capital that would be more risk averse. And we decided that there needed to be a new type of investment perspective or approach, and we called it impact investing. Now, what I've seen is, unfortunately, that the capital that was intended to be more patient and more risk averse, it's not more patient. Has lower risk appetite than venture capital. And the governance has a lot to do because of this, because it's too top down, too much with overpowered committees. The talent that has gotten into this sector also tends to be very risk averse. And this is interesting because it's a contradiction. You mentioned, Bishop, in your statements earlier about the importance of innovation. And innovation, by definition, is disruptive. And if it's disruptive, it's controversial and it's risky. So if the first message that I would say is the sector tends to be shy away from controversy. So you can't be innovative and shy away from controversy. So embrace controversy, embrace risk. If you're really going to create change, you need to be able to do that. Now, other things that I've seen is, Asif mentioned, and I'm not surprised because BRAC is one of the organizations that I admire the most in this sector, is if you hear his words, he, for example, said, solve the issue of inequality, or what is the problem? And what I've seen in the sector is that many times the sector is too focused on inputs. It's too focused on solutions or interventions. In the business sector, it's interesting, the great entrepreneurs focus on the problem, not so much on the solution. And my recommendation is first focus on what the problem is and what is the output that you want, not so much on the solutions. And something that
you mean the process for getting to the output?
Yeah, or the interventions. And to this point, you also, Matthew, mentioned about the necessity and the need for scale, which His Excellency also mentioned the need for collaboration. And it's not possible to collaborate when you're focused on just interventions, because your intervention might be different than mine. But when you focus on the problem, and we both agree on what the problem, then we try to figure out the solution and the intervention. And on that point, from my perspective, there needs to be a little bit more bottom-up approach. Again, very much how the commercial sector works. If you are a funder, if you're, for example, a venture capital, you are not outsourcing your vision to entrepreneurs. You are investing in the vision of other entrepreneurs. In the social sector, it's the other way around. You define an intervention and then you find not-for-profits that basically will outsource the intervention of your vision. So it's completely the other way around than the way we see it in the commercial sector. So I would invite you to be much trustworthy in the entrepreneurs, in the people working in the ground, to then figure out what the intervention should be, and you decide which interventions, but you don't come up with interventions. And so it should be much more bottom up. The last things I would say is just be careful with the buzzwords. Having been involved in this sector for 30 years and now more actively in the last 20, right now the buzzword is systems change. And you're going to hear throughout these days a lot of systems change. Just careful with the buzzwords. Because they just come and go. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to go through why and how to solve some of the things that I've observed in the last 20, 30 years. Happy offline, and if anybody's interested to continue with this conversation, we'll do it offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick, you're one of the leaders of Catalyst Now, which is an organization I was involved in setting up, which actually was set up to drive systems change. And I think it's quite interesting to hear your skepticism, Alvaro. But Frederick, you're a social entrepreneur, and the reason Catalyst came about was because social entrepreneurs became more and more conscious that they were getting a lot of praise for their interventions, but weren't really feeling they were having the kind of impact on the world that they hoped and wanted to have. What have you learned now? And I think it's particularly about what kind of environments and ecosystems do we need to really bring the social entrepreneurs to the sort of level of impact that we hope they will have.
No, thank you so much. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. Indeed, so Catalyst Now was born of the simple realization that all the big problems in the world are systemic, so they have to be addressed cross-sectorally. They can't be solved in one silo, one intervention alone. Now, that's not a new realization. The UN knows it. Anyone who is out in the world knows it. And the challenge was how to get organizations to work together. and social entrepreneurs who are not necessarily very good at working together, but a group came together, and then in Davos in January 2020, we were launched with 200 member organizations. By now, we are 4,300 organizations that work around the world. So it's become the world's biggest movement for social innovation and collaboration. What have I learned? So I've learned we grew 24% in membership in the last year. So there is a lot of appetite to work together, which is absolutely wonderful. And we have some incredible thematic and place-based collaborations emerging. But I want to propose to you that actually 2025 is a quite remarkable seminal year, and that the timing of this forum is impeccable, because there are two mega trends coming together this year in an extraordinary manner. The multilateral aid system will never be the same again, right? It was broken this year. It's been emerging for some time, but it is really broken. It's not going back. But in that process, philanthropy is also being reconfigured. The second is the AI revolution. And so these have been happening for some time, but 2025, they have really come to the fore. And the forecast is we might lose maybe 1 billion jobs over the next few years because of AI. And these are jobs that are middle income and high income, and some low income. But so it is a very big transformation. The public sector is not going to absorb 1 billion jobs. By definition, the private sector is not going to absorb 1 billion jobs because they're losing the jobs. So if it's not the public and not the private, it actually leaves social enterprises and non-profits in the middle. Now that sounds like too big a number, but today, social enterprises employ 200 million people. So actually creating jobs for 1 billion, and it doesn't have to be the whole billion, but actually is not such a big step. What's remarkable, I've just been here for a couple of days in the kingdom, is to realize that this is part of Vision 2030. That you have taken an approach that centers nonprofits and social enterprises and recognizes the power and importance of that for job creation. It has to be human-centered. So the world is actually going to be forced to be addressing this agenda. You were already having the vision for this.
Yes.
Well, before you started on this path, and so you're very, very well positioned.
Yes, very good.
How to make a success of this? I'm not going to repeat the incredible words of my fellow panelists, but add a couple of things that today we may be able to do a little bit differently. So one is, I would suggest it's no longer about simply scaling the individual innovation, it is about working collectively and collaboratively, as His Excellency the Minister said. The second is, what does it mean to actually put people and the problems at the center, but the problems are basically social or environmental, right? It's either people or nature. And so we have to know, are we making, and you refer to social progress, are we making sure that things are getting better as a result of these interventions? And today, with the power of data and AI, we must have the ability not only to measure, but maybe even to have foresight, to predict what's going to happen. And to that extent, really make sure that the problems, but putting it more positively, that people and nature are truly at the center of what we are doing. The new paradigm opportunity that we have, to use a simple example, one town in China makes more than 90% of the world's zippers. So it's a zero sum. They make over 90%, the rest of the world doesn't make any zippers. But with social innovation and social enterprise, if Riyadh is thriving, Jeddah is thriving, your rural areas are doing well, that doesn't come at the expense of Karachi. London doesn't suffer because Riyadh is doing better, right? So we can all benefit from these different economic models. And that is the hopeful future through this disruption of 1 billion jobs being lost, right? But the burden and opportunity lies actually on this sector to play a very, very big role. And my realization and inspiration of just being here for 2 days is that the kingdom is actually at the forefront of innovation in that space.
So we're almost out of time. So what I'm going to do is ask each of you for a very short answer, which is to give a piece of advice. You've got a whole room full of people who want to see their organizations have more impact over the next few years and hopefully to grow. Give one piece of advice each of you has learnt from your work that you think would be helpful as people think, how do I grow my impact? And I'm going to start with you at the far end, Asif, and we'll come down the line.
Okay. I would echo that focus on the problem, and the solution has to be, I know that it has to be the problem-centered and human-centered, but then also it should be in a way that it's scalable. Our founder used to say, small is beautiful, but large is necessary. So I think it's very important that you think scale when you design a model which is solving a social problem. And for any social entrepreneur, it's really important to understand that every society changes. So with that, also the social problems change as well. So in order to be relevant, you also need to update yourselves with the changing nature of the society so that you are continuously relevant in the society.
Right, nice and short. Alvaro.
Be more trusting, push down decision-making towards the people that are on the ground.
Thank you.
Co-creation is the word I want to leave you with, right? Co-create the solutions, working together collaboratively.
Have specialized people work with you and take their advice.
And lastly, the Princess.
I think we're beholden to the grantors, so showcase your impact and be your biggest advocate.
Thank you. Brilliant, short, useful answers. Thank you very much for the great panel. And wishing you great discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew, and your distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, when we first opened this session, we asked a simple but a difficult question. What does the future of new philanthropy looks like? And the answer we have just heard from Matthew and his panelists is both humbling, promising, and hopeful that when resources narrow, innovation widens, and when systems retreat, purpose advances. We now move from reimagining new philanthropy to redefining how mission itself multiplies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next session, Mission Multiplied Innovation Profit Pathways to Scalable Impact. We will delve deeper into how forward-thinking businesses and bold leadership are transforming the boundaries between the purpose and the profit. This discussion brings together both local and international entities represented by 3 remarkable voices whose work proves the impact can be scalable, measurable, and deeply human. And just a quick note, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be conducted in both Arabic and English. For translation, you can tune in to Arabic Channel 1 and English Channel 2. So now please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. We have with us Dr. Ahmed Abu Abad, Chairperson of the Development and Empowerment Sector at FFM. Welcome, Dr. Ahmed. And we also have with us Engineer Omar Najjar, Deputy CEO, MISC Foundation, and Milena Tapranzi, founder of Earth & Co. and founder of Wise Greece. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to my esteemed panelists. Thank you. How are you?
Fine.
Good. Okay, starting with you, Dr. Ahmed. بداية نريد أن نتحدث عن
At the beginning, we want to ask how this fund try to transfer the ideas and the meaning to honor all the people who involved in this fund and to be more impactful to the society. Yes, thank you. And
I'm very glad to be here with you, and I will give you a brief information about this fund. This fund was announced in 2016, and we are very proud that this fund sponsored directly from His Royal Highness and from a different kind of ministers here. This fund, the main role for it is to try to help all the people who participate in wars or the people who injured in the war field to pay back for them all the efforts that they have been done for us. And also for their families. So we try to communicate with all the society institutions and all government bodies to help them in this matter. Also, the fund here try through this partnership to be proud about these champions who sacrifice their lives and try to secure our country here. Of course, also we want to include all the society for these champions, and all of us know that all the countries, when we try to measure their development, we cannot measure their development by how many skyscrapers they have, but we measure them regard how much services they provide and what kind of society they have. And this is one of the governmental services that we have here, and for the beneficiaries we are very glad to help them in our society, to also to contribute to pay back for their efforts. Yes, we are very appreciate this fund and for their and for its purpose. And now we want to start by speaking about the title of this session, about the mission multiplied. How can we multiply it in business sector, and how can we reshape it to be beyond the profit? Yes. I want to clarify that the fund, when it's established, the goal for it is to help all the beneficiaries and to assist them. So the profit wasn't the basic goal for us at that time, but we want to help them and to assist them. This is our goal, and to make all the society members proud for them and for the things that they do for the country. And this is why we have many programs on the fund that we launch to reach our goals, which aligned with the vision goals to enhance the quality of life, and also to enable them in their communities. And this is what the fund tried to do through the programs that we sponsored here. And this is what makes the fund always be honored to help this kind of beneficiaries. Yes, this is what make it very good for you.
Can you share with us a standout example of how MISC has brought together philanthropic capital with a private or public investment to build something that's truly skills impact and creates lasting value?
شكرا جزيلا. سؤال مهم. Thank you very much. أنا أغبط الدكتور أحمد إنكم سمحتوا له يتكلم بالعربي. أنا
It's very great question. So
it's my pleasure to be with this distinguished panel. Let me take this chance to update you about what has been going with MISC Foundation. Since 2011, This foundation started as a youth-focused organization. Youth empowerment is our heartbeat, and we have been growing since 2011 to become now more than 12 entities together under MISC Foundation. We work within the foundation in two business models. One is the philanthropy business model, and the second one is more about impact investments. For the philanthropy, we have examples like MISC programs, the leadership, entrepreneurship, and so on. But we have MISC Art, Asan, Ilmi, manga production, all under the philanthropy pillar. The impact investment, examples like Riyadh Schools, MISC Schools, and MISC City are good examples of showcasing the impact investments that we do at MISC Foundation. So on the philanthropy side, we are very fortunate to be at the middle of the value chain for youth empowerment. We sit in the middle and we play a role of a catalyst. So we work with the operators, the executors, the early stage founders and entities which would like to grow and establish themselves in the non-for-profit. We work with them hand in hand, and we make sure that they have the right governance, the right impact measurements, and the right scaling mechanisms. That's on one side. On the other side, we work with the grant makers, people who wish to make impact through endowments or grants. And back to the example that you asked me about, we had a partnership with Gates Foundation last year. Gates Foundation announced a $5 million grant for the youth of Saudi Arabia and partnered with the MISC Foundation to select those entities which will take the grants. But our role was much more than that. We selected the entities, we worked with the founders, we worked with the programs. We made sure that they have the right products, the right services, the right measurements, and the right impact and the right execution team to actually implement the programs and the initiatives. So we basically channeled Gates money to the operators and the executors through our efforts in MISC Foundation, and our expertise added the value to both sides.
So this partnership is already taking shape.
Exactly, and we have, I think, the first cohort has already started, and we announced the first cohort in last MGF a couple of weeks ago.
You walk the walk, and you talk the talk. All right, to you, Milena. The example Omar just shared with us brings us to a broader question. When we talk about how to define impact in businesses, capitals, and in every economy that's redefining its shape beyond profit.
So impact is not a side project anymore, and that's, I guess, the good news. It's not the work of the sustainability department, and it is, or at least it should be, the DNA of every organization. When it comes to businesses, what we see, and the biggest challenge right now, is how we can keep on making amazing products and offer, fantastic services, be profitable, but do all that in a way that doesn't harm the environment or the society. When it comes to the investors, for instance, that you mentioned, they are integrating the ESG criteria, the environmental, social, and governance criteria, in their investment decisions, not only because it's the ethical choice, but it's also the smart choice. Because I think I would like to put my money in a company that has covered, all the ESG-related risks. And at the end of the day, this company probably is future-proof, and it's a very good investment. And when it comes down to the real economy, this is where we see the pressure from the regulators, from the consumers, from the employees, who they prefer companies, products, services that are sustainable, ethical, and transparent. So if I could summarize, I would say that impact is not, the fancy sustainability report that we publish online on our website, is what we do every day and how we do it.
From that, I will ask you about what you do. Literally, every time Earth & Co. and Wise Greece grow, so does the impact. Share with us, how do you do that balance? How do you manage between the protection to the purpose as the success expands at the same time?
Well, I think I have 3 pretty simple rules in order to make sure that, growth and impact go hand in hand. The first rule is that, I designed the business with the impact at its heart. The business plan and the impact is pretty much one. And let me explain very quickly when it comes to Wise Greece, which is one of Europe's most awarded social businesses today. What we do is that we sell products and we turn our profit from the sales into food supplies for people in need. That's a very simplistic way to put it, of course, but just to give you an understanding. So it's quite simple. We sell more products, we give more food to people in need. When it comes to Earth & Co, though, that it's a consulting company, and it's trickier there to include impact, and we work mostly with companies in this region in order to help them, with anything related to sustainability, change management, leadership development, and so on and so forth. Every product that we design, every program, and every initiative, we take into consideration, how can we help this company grow its impact and measure, the progress. The second rule is that pretty much we know what to measure, and our KPIs, our business KPIs, and our impact KPIs, they always go hand in hand. They carry the equal weight. And the last rule, I would say, is that, we know our non-negotiables. When you know who you work with, why and how, and your red lines and your boundaries, and everyone respects that, it means that by default, every time your business grows, impact grows.
True that. I like that equation. Thank you, Milena. Back to you, Dr. Ahmed. تحدثت سابقا عن إنه
You talked previously saying that answering or meeting the needs, not the wants. What they need, not what they want. About designing the programs and how they are built on permanent dignity, not just temporarily satisfaction. Here we want to translate the principle. How can it be translated into practical practices, and how can you measure their success and impact on the targeted segment that you serve? This is a beautiful question. It was important for us at the fund when we started working to measure what is the need and how to measure this need. As you mentioned, the big question was, should we provide the beneficiaries with what they need or what they want? So we started conducting a local and international research on the used tools, and it was necessary for us to start first with the local sources. We worked with the National Authority for Statistics to conduct a regional or local field statistics for all the employees through a survey that was customized for this work, and it gave us important, good results. After that, we studied the psychological status in cooperation with the National Center for Enhancing Psychological Health. We knew our segments on constituencies and also our beneficiaries with the evidence that they went through. We finally designed the developmental matrix that enabled us to measure the beneficiaries from 8 different dimensions. Under each dimension, we have different themes. It was in total 15 themes to diagnose if that beneficiary is in crisis or threatened or secure or building capacities or enabled. That's why we focused on the first 2 segments, those in crisis or those who are threatened, in order to enable them, to help them be secure, and after that they work on building their capacities in the future and finally to become empowered. And we continuously measured the level of satisfaction, and we found that satisfaction is something that's momental And it was necessary for us to measure the level of impact. This is not just for us, but also for the entities that contributed with us in this work. And we opened door for responsibility and social responsibility and participation for others. And we wanted to share with them the impact of their work. And we also reviewed many approaches and methodologies like OEC, the DAC methodology, which is an international one that is used also internally in order to measure the impact from different themes like sustainability, impact, efficiency, and others. So all praise to Allah, we found that the level of satisfaction for us is high, very high, and it was aided and supported by our programs. And the impact was clear, especially in our educational programs, accommodation and housing programs, because these are empowerment programs that enabled us to have a sustainable impact that met the needs and bridged the needs of the beneficiaries. And we also had the opportunity to benchmark with other governmental entities. At the end of this year, 2025, when we measured the impact, we found that our fund developed a lot in its impact, and that's why it has become more encouraging and motivational for social participation for entities in order to pay back for our societies and to appreciate our heroes, the heroes of our nation. There is no doubt. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now, Omar.
You have worked closely with organizations that are trying to put close.
Vous avez le profit et aussi les objectifs. Quand on a essayé de lancer cette initiative, donc vous avez.
Well, lots of mistakes, but let's focus on a couple of them. Let's focus on maybe top three. I think the first thing that people would come to the non-for-profit sector that they think they should not make profit, or they don't, or shouldn't have even a plan to make profit.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest mistake. Profit or non-for-profit are just tax terminologies. Organizations need to make money, whether this money is coming from grants, from the founder, from customers, from services, from sponsorship. So you need to be able to make a plan to make money. That's number one mistake that I think everyone should think about if they want to get into this space. The second one is النية الطيبة. Well, good ideas are normally not the only two elements of success. You need a powerful organization. You need a team for execution. You need founders to help you in early stage. You need to be able to design and execute very good products. You need a finance department which makes your accounting ready for transparent reports and so on. So you actually need an organization that drives change and drives impact with the النية الطيبة and the good intent and يعني دعاء الوالدين. يعني all that will come, but I think a strong organization is necessary. I think the third one would be around going into an area where the expertise is very shallow or low for the founder, and trying to make an effort to understand the social impact and social responsibility in a specific sector takes a long time. And it's even much more than starting a startup or starting a commercial company or profit-making company. If you really want to get into social impact, what people value, and how to make impact, you really need deep expertise in the area. And sometimes I see that missing.
Absolutely, and this will take us perfectly to the how. Milena, if a mid-sized NGO with us in the audience today, and they want to launch a revenue stream next year, what are the first 3 questions they should ask themselves, before turning the mission into a market model?
To be honest, it's very hard for an NGO, any NGO in the world, to start thinking like a business and create, this momentum where they can design new revenue streams, because most of them are used to, grants and charitable support, and that's it. But when it comes to, maybe taking an NGO and making it into a social business, then they have to answer very, very serious questions, like, what kind of products and services are we going to sell? Are we going to find, consumers who are willing to buy these products, not because it's charity, but because they want these products, okay? And they will integrate the products and they will use them every single day, if possible. So it is very hard to, to do that and actually change your mindset, because you're used to a very specific pattern of getting funding. But it is possible, and I will give you one example, the example of Oxfam, which is one of the biggest NGOs in the UK. And they run more than 500 retail stores in the UK. And they are actually UK's largest, like the biggest second-hand books retailer in the UK. They sell something like 12 million books per year. So it can be done. Yes, they manage to diversify their income and create new revenue streams. But I would say that if I can share one advice, is not to look for one extra revenue stream, but actually look for multiple revenue streams, because this is what will help you be here for the long run.
And this is why our session is Mission Multiplied.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I'm looking at the timer, and our session has come to an end. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, Omar, and Milena. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to my esteemed panelists for bringing such clarity, vision, and heart to this conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard how purpose can drive profit and how leadership grounded in values and scale impact that lasts. We continue this journey together, but we turn to the every great system, what it depends on, trust. But lasting trust isn't given, it's actually built through compliance and transparency. And we have with us Ben. Welcome, Ben, and your esteemed panelists. I pass the mic to you.
Wayam, thank you. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back with you for this next session. As we said, as Wayam explained there, I want to look at regulation, what that means when it comes to things like data use and transparent communication. And what that is vital for, of course, is building public trust and support in the social sector. So in this next session, I want to look at what best practice might look like, how risk-based regulation can strengthen, not stifle, innovation, and how interventions help nurture trust in a sector, because it really is the lifeblood of this sector. That means not-for-profit organizations can thrive. As you can see, I have a wonderful panel with me there on the end. Burkhard Wilk, who is the Chief Executive of the German Central Institute for Social Issues. Next to me here is Ziad Al-Sayar, who's the Executive Vice President of Socio-Economic Development at Takamol Holding. And in the middle there, David Holdsworth, the Chief Executive of the Charity Commission for England and Wales. Gentlemen, welcome. Good to have you all here. And Burkhard, maybe I'll start with you at the far end there. And I will ask you all, gentlemen, the same question. But what does transparency mean for you? What does it mean in the organization?
Well, in our organization at DZI, but also in the whole non-profit sector, it means to be accountable, but also to make yourself visible. So it's a two-side thing. And we as a monitoring body also see that transparency can a little bit be misleading. So there also can be a false transparency on the first side, and if you do the second view, it is not so convincing. So transparency has to be monitored, has to be checked by an independent party. That's our experience.
Mm-hmm. And we will talk about how one does that and what that is important for in a second. David, let me ask you, what does transparency mean in the charity sector?
Well, I think, Ben, you said it right at the start. It's about public trust and confidence. And we know charities as institutions hold a special place in society. They are inherently trusted. But for that trust to continue, we know the link with transparency and the public's ability to be able to understand what is an organisation doing, how is it spending its funds, what is the difference it's making, is really important in that link between public trust and confidence and the ability of charities to operate in society.
Brilliant, and that's a really important building block from which we will develop in a second. Ziad, let me ask you the same question, because from these three different lenses, it's really interesting to see what transparency looks like. Talk to me about what it means for Takamul.
Yes, actually, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like just to say that transparency means once you delve into a platform or, a digital system, that you will feel trust. You feel every single piece of information that you need to deal with is there. Because we are in Takamul, we deal with digital transformation, then we couple transparency with digital, transformation. And we think that wherever you do digital transformation in a proper way, taking into account the information that needed to provide the services in place, that we will make the transparency to the best level it has, and it will make the people who are dealing with these systems are very comfortable trusting these channels that they are dealing with.
Yeah, that word trust, so important for this session. David, I mentioned it in that introduction, the idea of a risk-based approach. Maybe for those that maybe aren't aware, just explain the significance of that and why that is so important in I assume, making faster decisions as well, and maybe more transparent decisions.
So I think for us as a regulator, it's really important because we represent the public interest in charity. As the regulator in England and Wales, we are independent of government, but we are also independent of the sector. And our job is to represent the public interest in charity. How we do that is through collecting the data from charities that we know from our research the public really care about. So we know the public care about how is the money spent, where does the money go, is the charity staying true to the charitable purpose that we granted it registration for? So what we do to ensure that transparency is we use digital technology. So we have a register which any member of the public anywhere in the world can search. They can look up individual charities. That will give them the information behind that charity. What we do internally is we use that data with technology to understand where are there emerging problems, where are there emerging trends. An example might be the financial reports. So where we use machine learning, it will suck in the data from the accounts of the organizations, and it will tell us, actually, something's changed here, there's an issue, and it will flag internally. But also, it's important for transparency that our decisions are transparent and that our regulation is transparent. So we publish what's called the risk model and the risk tool, and that's how we assess incoming complaints. And that's really important because it sets out the expectation to the public that we will hold charities to, but also to the charities themselves. So both parties know how we will regulate and what the rules are.
And quickly on that, what has been so transformative for you? Is it the technology, the ability to get that information and be able to provide it in a searchable register? Has that been the biggest change for you?
It's been huge. Technology has made a huge difference because we've got a small number of civil servants, 170,000 charities in England and Wales, £100 billion in annual income. You need technology to unlock your ability to interrogate and regulate that scale.
Really useful. Burkhard, clearly there is a link here as well, isn't there, between transparency, public awareness, trust and confidence. What are the standards, what are the criteria by which you measure that within the organization?
Yes, that's a very important question because, of course, transparency is a very important and necessary condition for creating trust, but it's not a sufficient condition. So there are other criteria like good governance. It was already raised this morning here. Good governance, so a competent governing body, also an independent and competent supervisory body has to be settled in the organization. Also, the ethics of fundraising PR, the ethics of public relations, have to be truthful, no pressure to donors, which is more than the donors would accept. So too emotional fundraising appeals do not create trust, they destroy trust. And then, of course, also the use of the funds has to be efficient, but also effective. We heard a lot of impact measurement, impact analysis, and then the financials have to be transparently monitored. And since in Germany we don't have any public obligation for non-profit organizations to publish, for example, their financial statements, we included in our voluntary standards that the financial statements have to be published, and we also tell the organizations about the minimum structure of the income and expenditure to be published in the annual report.
Yeah, and I want to come on to maybe a potential danger of having too much information, and we'll come on to that in just a second. But Ziad, I know that here in the Kingdom there's been such a push to digitise government services, and I wonder what impact that's had in your ability to do your job, and what that does in terms of transparency, accessibility, and the ability for people to search the information that they need.
To be honest, that we have been in Saudi Arabia living in a very transformational era of changing and improving all the systems all around the government services, and we have been involved in too many digital transformations within the government systems, and we have been seeing all these reforms in terms of aligning the policies and the procedures with the transformational efforts. And we believe that unless that there is a very high commitment from the business owner of the transformation entity, we cannot reach to the point that we can ease all these things to make it much more accessible to everyone. And also we believe that the information that can be disclosed to everyone can be provided to the people who would like to reach to them without any compromising on the data privacy, and you make them to choose whether that piece of information is useful to them or not, without intervening on directing the way that they get the information. And that way we can actually make everyone aware about the way that they can deal with this channels and this easy ways to access the information. And you also make the entities working together in a way that they can utilize the services that have been provided to the to the public, and the entities, the government entities themselves, when they integrate with each other, because the integration between those entities will end up with a very valuable redundancy cutting and easing the way that everything is being smoothly delivered to the end user or the society in a very integrated and nice way.
Yeah.
May I ask one question to you, Zayed, because you seem to be much more proceeded in the digitalization of the non-profit sector than, for example, in Germany. And do you have also developed digital tools who would detect if an information given on an app or a tool maybe is not right, is maybe wrong or misleading? Did you find any AI maybe monitoring who would detect any weak point in a information, may be transparent but maybe not being reliable?
Okay. Let me just give you our experience with developing the national donation platform that we have put in. Okay. We have put in Saudi Arabia as a channel that the donor can use to put their donation through, and all the donation opportunities can be listed in that platform clearly and transparently, and everyone can just use that channel to do their donations through very trusted channel, seeing every single information about the beneficiary needs and the people that need to be helped in the way or another, and all opportunities that open for the charity work through that unified channel, and trusting that all charities that been registered in that platform have been beforehand checked and are trustworthy to be dealing with through the regulator, and that all was seamlessly done in the back end by the integration between the entities together, and making that easy for everyone. Because once you have been thinking that you'd like to just give away something to somebody in need, you just pick up your phone, smartphone device, and just put that good intention into action, and then give it away to the people that they receive it immediately, and you get back a thank you note from the platform that's saying that thank you for your goodness, and we will appreciate your next visit again. So this is a national example of a platform that would make an impact in using the digital services to make a real trust, transparency, and robustness on that kind of collaboration.
David, one of the issues that strikes me here as well, in this push for greater transparency and greater openness, how you balance the requirements that you're asking the organisations that work with you to provide. I mean, how do you not overload them with requests for information? Because I'd imagine if you're a big charity with deeper pockets, you're able to dedicate a team to provide that information. If you're a smaller non-profit, how are you able to keep up with those requirements?
It's a really good question. It's one we engage with the sector on every time we look at changing what they have to supply to us in data. But what's really important, I think, in an age of disinformation, where social media can very rapidly spread misinformation, disinformation, a central trusted source of information is going to be more important than ever. So one of the things I think we need to do is remind charities the benefits of that transparent, trusted data can have to them. I think the other benefit to smaller charities is those without a large marketing budget. Our online register is their free shop window to the world. Yeah. Any member of the public anywhere in the world can search for an education charity, a religious charity, find it on the register when perhaps they wouldn't have done. So a lot of it is making sure the benefits match the regulatory burden that we're putting on charities.
Yeah, and maybe that's a similar question, actually, Burghard, because that need for transparency could potentially mean that there's an overload of information. So, how do you make sure you're asking for the right information, the useful information, and not just saying, give us everything that you have? Because there could be such a thing as too much transparency, couldn't there?
Yes, and I think the challenge is even more complicated, because it's also a question of the time when to deliver the information. If there is a scandal coming out in a national sector, then all of the sudden the public wants to have large amounts of transparency. And in a normal situation where there is no scandal, NGOs might complain that there is an overload of transparency requirements. So transparent information is a kind of treasure which is only digging out in special situations, but for these situations you have to be prepared, because if you have weak points then as a charity, then you get really bad public. Of course, we as an independent monitoring organization, we are very much aware that we cause costs by doing our standards and by applying our standards. So we are developing the standards in a multilateral process. So we are including umbrellas of nonprofits. We are including scientists and institutes even some parts of the government we are including when we are further developing our standards in order to meet the important point and not the superficial or not necessary points.
And what's really clear, even just from our snapshot here on the panel, is that each country is doing their own thing, to varying degrees of transparency and intensity and the requirements, but also the speed at which that is changing. David, give me a sense of that push for a more global system, or one that might be more international, because we know increasingly this work is done across borders. These charities are working in different sectors right around the world. Is there enough collaboration and cooperation internationally?
It's a really good question, and in any sector, where you can standardize globally, you get the benefits of that in the sector. So it is something we're mindful of. I have a meeting once a quarter with nations who have charity law based on the same model that we have in England and Wales. So Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, and the US, I meet with my counterparts online once a quarter. We also have the ability as the English and Welsh regulator to share our data with any international body if we deem it is in the regulatory interest of England and Wales to do so. So we've already got some of the frameworks there, and I think we are moving in that direction, but there's more to do. On a positive, and where we've seen a recent movement, is we have seen the launch of the international accounting standards for charities. So for the first time, there is an international standard that nations can take a decision on whether to sign up or not.
Yeah, Virgo.
Well, even ourselves have to be able and willing to cooperate. So there is a worldwide umbrella called CMW, Charity Monitoring Worldwide. And it includes an independent monitoring organization. They agree upon common standards. And the interesting point is that although fundraising works differently in each country, the basic ethical standards are unique. Good governance, fundraising ethics, transparency, efficiency, and so on. So that's quite important. You cannot do too much collaboration. I think on the national as well as on the international level, there is another need, and that's why I'm very happy to be invited to this kind of conference, because for my network, it opens a completely new world of potential cooperation.
Yeah, and that's what these events are all about. I mean, you're quite right. Ziad, give me a sense of the conversations that you're having as well about the organisations who aren't just trying to meet the basic standards. This isn't about just ticking a box and saying, look, we're done. How is it, to Burkhard's point, that this is about an ethical thing? It's about going above and beyond and saying, well, of course, that is a given. That is our moral standard. It's our ethical standard. What we want to do as an organisation is go beyond that and prove that that's the lifeblood of what we do, not just ticking it off and then forgetting about it.
That's a good question, actually, Ben. I think that, I would just go always back to the technology and the integration. I mean, the charity now or the non-for-profit organizations have been actually. Let us just get the example of Saudi Arabia. They have been all licensed through one unified platform, and this is the minimum requirements that they have. But what if they have their own digital system integrated with the regulator themselves, and they make their annual report shared in a way that will help in recognizing the efforts and the transactions that they have been doing to make sure that every and each one of those non-for-profit organizations can collaborate with each other through one mediator, which is the regulator, and also making the regulator aware of the movement of the transactions within these charities and within these non-for-profit organizations or foundations or whatever organization under that umbrella. Then we can create a momentum of collaboration that can be utilized in a way that will help the government and will help the society and will help the beneficiaries and will help everyone in that ecosystem to grow a better picture for the better future of that non-for-profit work and make it quite interacting with each other, because nowadays if you just rely on the regular ways of interaction and not maximizing the utilization of the emerging technology along with the integrations and the data, data and the data, analytical tools, you cannot actually reach to the point that where everyone in the world are, seeking for. So I believe that the technology with the real understanding of the purpose that you are doing, the work towards for, that will then lead us into a very, great, results that will help all the ecosystem. And we can see that under the vision of 2030, where the government has improved everything and every single sector and within the ecosystem. So, and this sector as well have been benefiting from that, from that improvement and the boosting of utilizing all opportunity of development, and we have seen this quite clearly, and this is reflected also on the number of the non-profit organization that has risen from 1,000 to 7,000, as His Excellency has mentioned this morning, and we can see this clearly, and this forum as well is part of that momentum that we can notice out of that clear leap coming out of the collaboration between the whole ecosystem, and we are so lucky having this and under that very promising vision, and we are willing to go beyond.
And that's a really important point. And David, maybe a final thought from you on that, in so much as, Ziad saying it's about facilitating the work that these non-profits are doing. And I suppose there's a potential danger in all of this that, that is forgotten, that it's about the regulation and the transparency and the clarity over what their mission is. And that maybe gets in the way of the actual mission. Yeah. How do you keep that front and center? And that idea is that this is about delivering. This is about getting these organizations to be able to do what they do and not get in the way. This is about light touch regulation, isn't it? Maybe David?
Yeah. I think the important thing is it's about proportionate regulation. So as the regulator, that you understand your sector. And the charity sector is broad, it is deep, it is old, it is young. You need to regulate in an agile way and make sure that you're regulating in a risk-based approach. And I think the one thing that we would always say as the regulator for England and Wales is we are the sector's biggest champion in terms of what it achieves. The register and the online register that the public can access is the biggest shop window. So it is their great opportunity to show the world just what they're doing, the impact they're having every single day, and why they are a good place for people to collaborate and work with in the ecosystem, as Ziad said.
Yeah, and Burkhard, just a thought on that, how do you not get in the way?
Well, we concentrate on the risk-based cases. So in Germany, we have 650,000 public benefit organizations, and 90% of them have less than 200,000 euro annual income. So when I have a TV interview in this week's in Germany, I always tell the public that all the local charities, which you as a potential donor know personally, because you are living in the neighborhood, you should not require them to have a external seal or so. You can judge yourself whether they are trustful or not, because you have access to the chairpersons and to the volunteers being active over there. So we, as a monitoring agency, do only concentrate on about 2,000 of nationally donation soliciting organizations out of 650,000, but those 2,000 create the biggest amount of public questions, and we try to answer these questions and not the other 95%.
It is a great point on which to end. I'm so grateful for your time, gentlemen. Thank you. I always say at these things, it is just a shop window, so please meet, network as part of this event. But please show your thanks to my guests, to Ziad, to David, and to Burkhard. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben, and your esteemed panelists for grounding us in what makes systems worthy of trust. And that trust, ladies and gentlemen, extends to how capital moves and how resources are shared, invested, and reimagined for impact. This next conversation asks, what does it really mean to give it away the right way? Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that. We give it away the right way, from effective altruism to no strings approaches. Please join me in welcoming my esteemed panelists, Mona Abu Sulaiman, Senior Advisor at UN IOM, Dr. Yusuf Al-Hzaim, Secretary General, Princess Al-Anud Foundation, Sarah Al-Mhedib, Executive Director, Abdelkader Al-Mhedib Social Foundation, Mahmoud Al-Shami, Secretary General, Al-Fawzan Social Foundation, Alexander Mars, Founder and CEO of EPIC Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to my esteemed panelists. Hello and welcome. All right, let's start with you, Mona. So when we say give it away the right way, what does that really mean to someone who leads, advises, and believes in effective philanthropy?
So I think one of the things that we always talk about, effective versus measurable philanthropy, it's about intent. In effective philanthropy, it's trust but verify. So there's a lot of trust being given. In measurables, it's numbers. And I always think it's the engineers who came up with this, the business people, right? So you lead a business and you understand numbers. And so when you're giving your money away, you want to be able to trust the numbers. I have a problem with that. One of the issues is that we end up actually funding things that are measurable, not things that are difficult or necessary. With effective philanthropy, you're looking at slow, difficult, cultural, human rights, advocacy, issues that take a long time, such as education as well, and that need a lot of, and they're underfunded. And so this is what happens with effective philanthropy. Your intent is about values, and your intent to take a long time. It doesn't mean corruption. It doesn't mean you're not verifying the numbers, but it allows the NGOs to take risks, to be innovative, to be flexible, without being afraid of what is the quarterly report that we're sending to our funders going to be about. It doesn't focus on results right now, immediately. It focuses on change, systems change.
Systems change. So funding what is measurable, not...
No, funding what is
That's
necessary,
the problem.
not what is only measurable.
Yes. So, okay. Building on that, as you mentioned, Mona, in today's landscape of philanthropy, Dr. Yusuf, what principles guide Princess Al-Anud Foundation to ensure that every act of giving is necessary, measurable, and with sustainable impact?
حياكم الله جميعا. حاولنا قياس الأثر. جبنا جاك فيليكس.
We tried to measure the impact. We brought Jack Phillips, one of the most important scientists for measuring impact in the world and the US, and we failed. He provided a training program, a training course. More than 25 experts participated. Only one succeeded, which is Dr. Ali Al-Fawzan. Measuring impact means efforts, means data, field data in cooperation between the public sector, the private sector, the non-profits, in order to collect all of these data and to know the impact. So it is not an easy process. Even that if it's there, it's not available, at least today. What is the solution? You have two options, whether impacting the outcomes or impacting the results, or measuring the results. So measuring outcomes or results. To measuring impact and the results and the impact. Impact measurement is difficult, complicated, and you can forget about that. And by project, it's difficult. By result, this is possible, but before that, we focus on measuring the output. And also, we try to measure the results as well. And the important thing is that if we can't find this way, what's the alternative? The alternative is to build the capacities from the organization from inside. And this focuses on the input. If we guarantee the input, we will be able to find an output. At least this is the option that is available currently. This is one thing. Number two is that, secondly, that we need to build the capacities of the beneficiaries. We cannot do the charity work without building the capacities for the organizations that you have partnerships with in the field. We as non-profit organizations, I'm speaking about donors, donating, the big 150 donors. We cannot work in the field without partners. We have more than 100 partners in the field, and our hope is to build the capacities of the people and to impact the impactors. If we build capacities from internally, and we could impact those who do impact in the field, civil society organizations and others, and also we use specialized diplomas and scholarships and also fellowships, and also we build and design products. We faced a problem, and we discovered that designing products in Riyadh and sending them to the local community is a bit risky, because we take assumptions that we are doing the role of the local community. So we had created two bats in order to maximize the impact. So I don't call for measuring the impact, but maximizing the impact, at least for now. So we used two tracks. We had two methodologies now. The first one is to build our own capacities and to empower society. And the second track is the products and the ideas and the social creativity that needs to come from inside. Now we are concerned much with the idea of having more partnerships with civil society, not from Riyadh to civil society, but from civil society to Riyadh. Great.
To what Dr. Yusuf just mentioned, with Abdelkader Al-Mahidib Social Foundation, give it away the right way. What does that truly means to a foundation that is truly and deeply rooted in family and the commitment to doing good beyond profit?
يسعد مساكم جميعا. اللهم الهمنا الحكمة في
Thank you, everyone, and good evening, everyone. May Allah help us and to be more impactful in the society.
That when it's effective, with a true niyyah, discipline, great governance, this is what we need to continue on. We need to protect the continuity of our legacy, which started from 1920s. We need to continue with a modern approach. We need to touch every generation. Through the 5th generation today, inshallah to the 6th generation, who are our children. We need to give with a structure. Not only in measurement, we need to have a proper KPIs, where each individual has an objective to follow, to lead, and to say at the end of the year that we completed what we aimed for. We need to have a proper board that not only judge our impact, but will follow our journey. We need to prepare our next generation to hand over with responsibility. We need to make sure that every project is impactful, not only to measure it, to develop and to improve. And this is the main element that we think of. I'll just give a short, very small example. One of our projects is a housing project that my grandfather really loved, and this was the first project that the foundation started. When we start this foundation, this project, it wasn't impactful the way that we wanted, because we wanted to grow the next generation of those families. What happened is, it was more of a criminal incubator. So what we did as a foundation, we started developing each individual in those families, have an IDP to those individuals. When we started with this proper methodology, families started graduating doctors, engineers, and today our housing project numbers are decreasing, and this is the right impact that we're talking about.
I can see your eyes are sparkling, so it feels like you're doing that mission deeply from the heart.
It is.
I congratulate you for that, Sarah.
Thank you.
That brings us to a deeper question about how giving itself work. Mahmoud, a lot of philanthropy still operates from the top to down. You know, from the ones who know to the ones who need. Now, what does it take to make that flip from the bottom to the up and really giving it a two-way of a partnership?
اوكي طيب السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته الحمد لله والصلاه والسلام على رسول الله اخواني واخواتي.
Peace be upon you. First of all, I'm very happy to be here with you.
Entering the non-profit field or the charity, and you want to add value to the end user, and your main purpose is to add value to them, you cannot build a successful business model without the feedback from your customers or from your end users. So it's both ways. The first way is you have to know the demand, the needs for these people exactly, in many ways, through their feedback or sometimes through your studies analysis, because sometimes these people cannot reflect exactly what they want. So this is one way. The other way, from your side also, you have to know your capability and your not only financial capability also, and know-how capability, how do you manage this program. After that, you can build a business model that meets your adding value and KPI with this both ways. So actually, it is two ways. It's not from top to down or from down to top, from both ways. But I will now maybe give some successful story for Al Fawzan Social Foundation in two projects. First is the Al Fawzan Academy. This Fawzan Academy is the first academy global-wise specialized in developing the leader for non-profit organizations. Okay, where it came, why this project came? It came from the demand. We discovered that the society needs education for the leader for the non-profit organization, not only kingdom-wise, global-wise. So this is the demand came. Okay, Al Fawzan Social Foundation is truly, it's capable money-wise, experience. However, they miss the education's capability. So our partner is the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. So we established this project, the business model, by Al Fawzan and with the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals to educate the people who need the leadership in the non-profit organization. This is business model is succeeded since 9 years. Alhamdulillah, it's working very well. Another example is Irtiqa. Irtiqa is a جمعية or project that is specialized in recycle the old PCs. The people used to throw out these PCs and the machines, and it affects the environment negatively. Also, there is demand for the people who need these PCs. So we establish Irtiqa, take these PCs and recycle it, and you have to have partners that the know-how, which is Extra and Apple, and also distribute it to the needed people. So I think this is two examples, and other we have around 10 projects. But to summary or to summarize your questions, you have to work in both ways, from the top to the down, and from the down to top, in order to establish outstanding business model that achieve your goals or your adding value.
This is how the two-way partnership should look on
Definitely.
the board.
If it is one way, it will not work ever.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Alexander, well, let's delve deep into what this session explores, the shift from data-driven giving to trust-based philanthropy. Like, in your view, can these two approaches complement each other, and how would they look really in practice together?
Shukran.
Afwan.
Kifak Riyad. Yeah, all good? Abdallah? So everything's good here. I'm happy to be here and happy to answer the question. I'm running two nonprofits and I'm an entrepreneur. So the first few years in my life, in my business life, I was running tech startups. And everything is about data. Everything is about just, I want to go from point A to point B. What does it mean when we're trying to do good? And I will just mention briefly those two nonprofits. The first one called Epic. Talking about data. There's always a conflict between what is here, a heart, and what is here, a brain. And I was pretty surprised that most people I know, when I started Epic 10 years ago, when I was asking one basic question, and I would ask the question, was, have you given money to nonprofit last year? Everyone in the room said yes, because of a zakat or because we want to give. But then I was asking a second question to my friends. Do you think you have given enough? Do you think you have given more than the 2.5%? And 95% of my friends, literally, said, Alex, I have to tell you, no. I wish I've given more. So I asked them, why? You see that the world is collapsing, it's hard, so many people are suffering, and you should can do more. And then people told me, Alex, I have 3 reasons why I'm not giving more. A, I don't trust. That's the question. I don't trust nonprofits. We don't know exactly what they do with the money. Sometimes we don't know, I'll give 10, if it's 8, 5, 4 is going to the work. Then I don't have the time. And 3, unlike the people here, we don't all have the knowledge. So for all those reasons, we, human beings, and we are not perfect, what we do, we stay in places we understand better. We give money to education, or school, or kids' school. We give money to mosque, or just any other churches. And no one here is above 50 years old, but you will see when you go above 50 years old, you will start giving to hospitals and cancer research institutes. Why? Because giving is always going with counter-giving. So what we're trying to achieve at Epic is trying to bring back some real trust. But trust should be connected to data. So I'm not able to say, trust me, give. You will be able to trust if numbers are just built, if you are able to have impact research. And that's what we need to cover. So it's impossible to go after people telling them, you just have to give more. Why on earth? There's one God who can say what you have to do. So if you want to do something more, up yourself. And that's why it's always a combination between data and something more important than anything is what is the reason why we're on this planet if it's not trying to do something else for the people who are suffering? And those two together can bring something beautiful, and that's what everyone here is trying to build. That's the first one. And the second one, briefly, maybe I won't have the second question.
Go ahead. And
I'm sure you will, I hope you will, I like this one. It's on education. What I realized is, and this is the same year in Saudi, this beautiful country, like many countries around the world, sometimes kids in high school, the best one from high schools, because they don't have the money, they not always are able to go to the top universities in the country or outside the country. So the model is pretty simple, and it's all about data. We started this in France, and we say the best kid in those high schools, they should go to the best colleges around the world. So what we do, it's interest-free loan. Interest-free is super important. As you all know here, in most Occidental countries, if you are Muslim, it's very hard, it's impossible, or it's forbidden, but it's harder to get loan, and you have to get interest-free loan, and it's not very just easy to get this in most European countries. So it's interest-free loan with no guarantee attached. So we'll send you to Oxford, Bocconi, or in the US. When you get the diploma and you will start working for the best businesses in the world, you have to pay back. But you won't pay back to the lender. You will pay back to an evergreen fund that then will finance the next students. So you remember the Ponzi scheme, maybe a few years back? It is a positive Ponzi scheme. We put some money at the start. We help those kids to get to the best schools in the world, like our kids. And those kids, after 4 years, when they start paying back, they won't be beneficiaries forever. They will start becoming philanthropists, like most of us. And then it's a virtual model, and we're able to change systems with data, but also with this big heart. So that's what we are. So data is not always AI or deep tech. Innovation is everywhere.
Amazing. Well, Alexander, you founded Epic, and it's truly doing epic work that's going way beyond nonprofits. So thank you for sharing your story. Mona, back to you. Here we're talking about the growing talk about trust-based philanthropy, what Alexander touched on. What does real trust look like between donors, nonprofit, and communities, and how it can be earned, not only just declared?
So there's no one case that fits all, right? So I can't say I'm not going to do measurable impact, I'm not going to do trust-based. It's about what fits for which thing. So for example, I've worked in the United Nations, we've done a lot of educational programs, I've worked in foundations, we've done a lot of educational programs. But it's easy to say, oh, we built 10 schools, 500 people graduated from the schools, or we built a hospital, right? But I think in Islam, the zakat is about trust, right? You trust people to give. So we have in our cultures a lot of ideas about trust. So it's not about building 10 schools. It's about what will these 10 schools do to the community. So if I'm only measuring that I'm building the schools, I'm not actually doing whether it is a faith-based or a human-based intent, which is the change into the community. So one of my favorite things to talk about is something called Zakat al-Kifaya. Zakat al-Kifaya, not a lot of people heard about it, but this is really the intent of zakat, is that you take somebody who is receiving zakat to become somebody who gives zakat. So the full ecosystem, the full dignity. And the reason I like trust-based philanthropy, and as I said, not for every case, but a lot of philanthropists are going towards that again, because they've realized that if you only use the right brain measurable impact, you do miss a lot of the nuances in building the communities, in making sure that the whole community is transformed, that it becomes somebody or a community that gives zakat that is totally productive and that you can move on. Now, what happens with a lot of, and we've seen this in so many foundations, you get a philanthropist, he'll come with a project and he'll fund it for 3 years. After 3 years, something else is trendy and they will go fund that. And so this is where the partnership, I think, with the government and the private sector needs to come in. The governments, not just Saudi Arabia, I'm talking about all governments, need to actually give data that is, what are the priorities? So I'll give you an example. Right now, there's a lot of money going, billions and billions and billions of dollars going into polio vaccines. Amazing. The problem is most people die from cardiovascular disease and cancer. So maybe polio vaccines were very important, 30 years ago. Right now, the $10, $20 billion that are going to change, a small segment of society can actually be transformational for billions of people if we put it in cancer research and cardiovascular. So that's why I don't like measurable. It's very easy to say we vaccinated 100 kids in the rural areas of Afghanistan and send it to your quarterly report. And it's very difficult to say that I am taking a lot of risk in a lot of different areas in cancer research that may never go anywhere, but if it does go somewhere, we can actually resolve 100 million people's problems in cancer. And so this is why trust-based is so needed. But as I said before, trust but verify. Have secret shoppers that go to the organizations that you're funding, pretending to be a recipient, and go through the process. Have somebody who works as a consultant go in and look at their numbers at any time. But allow for the risk-taking. Without risk-taking, without the foundations and the organizations knowing that if they make a mistake, not all funding will be removed, that allows us to do amazing, innovative solutions and changes and transformations that cannot be measured by numbers.
And that's a very constructive way of looking at trust. And you know, Mona, oftenly when trust exists, there are still complications regarding flexibility. What do you think the biggest misconception or misunderstanding between the large foundations and the local NGOs when it comes to flexibility?
My biggest pet peeve in flexibility is that we don't give enough money for the improvement, what Dr. Yusuf was talking about, for building the organization. So every grant that I give or I ask for, there's always 20% for the development of the organization, which is, you know, a fifth, right? It's a lot of money. But it's so important to be flexible in the way that you're thinking about where you're going to give and allowing them to give good salaries, do good training, and not always look at the nonprofit sector, especially, or the service delivery as a place where you're going to cut costs about human resources. It's very important for me in that part. The second part about flexibility, especially now with AI and the changes that are happening, you have to be able to pivot very quickly. So an example, usually people have board meetings twice a year, sometimes even once a year, right? And a lot of strategy is being developed by the board. Right now, if you are in a fast-moving sector, such as education, you need to have 6 board meetings that maybe a lot of them are on Zoom, but you have to be able to change strategies very quickly because a lot of money, a lot of resources are going to go into educational things that could change with AI. Same thing with medical research. So there's a flexibility that needs to be baked into every single thing, from top governance all the way to project management, with the idea that the mission remains the same, just the way that we are actually carrying out the work. So right now, we're at a transformational time, needs a lot of flexibility, needs a lot of resources to help that flexibility.
Well, thank you, Mona. Mona just shared with us a thought that really proves impact requires openness and also learning. So to you, Dr. Yusuf, what are the critical gaps you believe philanthropy can fill when public and private sector efforts do not come together? هنا نتحدث عن الفجوة التي يمليها القطاع الخاص.
So here we are talking about the gap that can be handled from the non-profit. I'm very afraid that we will not speak about details, governance or impact, but we need something. What's the goals here? The Kingdom Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. They admit that we have here third sector, and this is a great achievement. Secondly, they launch the National Center for Non-Profit. They put all the profit or the regulations, they gather the money, and this is a great thing. But we have to ask a very important question. We have to measure the impact here. Where is the goals? Asking here about the goals from the National Center. It's a great thing, but we have a great step in the future to put the strategic goals, and we should have a political board to define who's the beneficiaries and to distribute for all the partners in the third sector. And after that, we can measure the impact here. So the Princess Modi bint Khalid and Princess Nov bint Khalid, they work with the third sector. They may have a chance to achieve some goals regarding this for the charities. They have a plan, an executive plan. We have some data. We should communicate more with the national center, and they have a great role regarding this. And we have many future goals regarding this. And also, we may not be disturbed by the tools. We have to seek for the goals. We have to work with the society. We have to work together. We have to benefit all the members and individuals in the society. This is very important, and so the manners here is very important, and this is what we have here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we have to practice the manners. We have to teach them about manners, because it's very important that we have some mind plan to try to achieve this ideas. And these ideas, really, we have it now in our societies. As our grandfathers do, we have to focus on the goals, first of all. So we have to focus on the goals. We want to strengthen our output. We have to develop the education and the universities, and we have here what we call the group mind. Our grandfathers do before, and manners and morals we are speak. We have a lot of things to be proud about, but we have also to enhance the manners and to guarantee that the giving here is not the role of the third sector. It's the role for every individual in the society. So this is also a challenge. And in my point of view, the third challenge that here to maximize the impact, we need what we call the combination, the partnership, because we consider to be as an Iceland, a group of Icelands, and we have a great role here, and we are very proud that we are the country we consider to be the fourth level of countries, or I'm sorry, for the fourth level as the charity war and philanthropy. So we should not stop for only enabling, but also we have to do more than enabling. We have to work with the society to transfer the sustainability, the future sustainability, to make it more and more in the future, to help and support families, the society institutions, and not only to enable and support, but also to be an important part in this organization. We have 350 billion paying yearly for this kind of sector, and also we have the Citizen Fund and the Holy Mosque Custodian extended yesterday. And this is a very good thing, because as we do our job, he didn't do it, the Holy Mosque Custodian and the Royal Highness, they do their best. There is no need for the third sector to interfere here, but they have a great role and to support these values and to transfer the third sector not to the financial ability, but also with more partnerships with others, and working with humble with others, and to have a great opportunities for all the people in the society to work with us here. Thank you so much. Yes, it's very important note for anyone who work on non-profit sectors from institutions or individuals. Thank you so much.
into its second century. Now, the question is, what programs and initiatives are you still considering? And what practices will you keep? And what changes will you embrace for the next generations?
We will make sure to keep the passion of the founder. And this is the most important thing. With the changes that's happening with our community, with the change of need, we have to always commit to our passion. We need to strengthen our governance, and we always do that to sustain our work and not to stop it. To sustain our endowment through investment portfolios, to make sure that the next generation has these values embedded in them. Here, that's why we focus on early childhood. To make sure that the next generation will have the same giving spirit that we do. المواطنة الصالحة. And this is the most important thing. What we will embrace, the tools, the data that will make our focus much better and will make our impact, inshallah, through our initiatives much better. I'm trying to go very short.
Yes, please, because we're running out of time. And Alexander, you actually challenged me that we're not going to reach to question number 14, and here we are at question number 11. Shortly, Sarah, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just add a few points of why do we focus on early childhood. Today, there's more than 580 foundations, family foundations in the kingdom. Less than 13 focusing on children. This is a very big gap that we need to work together into filling it. Today, Vision 2030 will be handed over to the next generation. Maybe it's 5 years from now, but next generation will be the leaders. So we need to make sure that they are prepared. The vision of our founder, everything that I remember from him, it wasn't with my early age. He passed away when I was less than 12 years old. So the values was embedded when I was much younger. That's why.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, speaking of next generation, as Sarah mentioned, the legacy for them, Mahmoud, what do you think the next generation of Saudi philanthropists must do differently today to have their giving really last for, generations to come and more?
I think they should concentrate totally on the impact and the adding value. Because since the time of Prophet Muhammad, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, until now, the people used to do charity job, and they continue. But however, in that period, they were concentrating on the impact, what I will to achieve to this end user, to the customers. Today, with the globally changing and regulators and a lot of things came, and the people who work with you sometimes, they work with you to find a job. It's not only to achieve your goal. This is very important things. So the things are mixed. And a lot of organizations in the non-profit or business field consume a lot of time. They don't achieve their goals, or they don't achieve the impact. They are only concentrating on the requirements. And I advise strongly all the non-profit organizations don't consider the requirements as achievements, or something you must do in order to achieve your goal as achievement. Achievement is the final achievement. Is that the end user, the patient, or the guy that he needs the support, when you give him these services, you have achieved your goal. So I think with this golden time that we are living, the most important thing for us and for the people in the future, in order to last for long period, forever, to concentrate and make all their attention to their leader. Their leader is the impact. Maximize the impact for the people and for the society, quantity-wise and quality-wise.
Thank you for that. Well, to you, Alexander, with our final question, what one change could NGOs ask funders in this room with us today that would make the biggest difference to their ability on how to deliver, and deliver also beyond profit?
Yeah, so we did a survey. We've raised and we deployed more than $100 million in the last few years. And we asked the NGOs what was really important in the work. Money is for sure super important, but the money, how you deploy the money. So they're always telling us unrestricted funding, that's something you know very well, but it has to be unrestricted. It has to be multi-year funding. And the numbers are pretty interesting. It's 92% of all those NGOs have found that they were able to do more work, better work, with unrestricted funding. That's important. And something that, Sarah, you said, so important. And I know many people in the room, it's all about partnership. Is how can we share things? There is no competition in this world. It's very different from other world, but this world is no competition. So many people, again, today, not too far from here, and across the world, are suffering. So it's thanks to our work, government work as well, but thanks to our work, we can do something. So all about partnership. And I think having this event here in Riyadh, I think it resonates well. I think Beyond Profit is such a great event, and it's all about this. So happy to share the knowledge because everything is open sources.
Thank you, Alexander. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. Thank you all. In each way, each of you gave us a thoughtful reflection on how to give it away the right way. Thank you all for your time and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause to my esteemed panelists for a great session. That was really inspiring. Thank you. And now I will hand it to my co-host, Ben. From here, please.
Wayam, thank you so much. We're going to pick up on some of those themes raised in that panel with my next, because it's titled From Band-Aids to Blueprints. We're going to look at how organizations balance the demands for immediate, pressing relief with long-term structural change. How do you change from a short-term perspective into a longer-term systemic change? How can they turn frontline work into scalable, repeatable models that will actually change systems? Are some organizations maybe just stuck dealing with some of the symptoms of a problem, rarely able to get beyond that to look at the root causes? And how can those groups balance the tension between things like frontline work and also advocacy and systems work? And so I'm delighted to introduce you to my next panel, two leaders who are doing great work in that space. Please welcome them. Nice to see you. Thank you. Please take a seat. Nice to see you. Hi. Please take a seat. So please welcome my two panelists. Joining next to me, Rasha Al-Turki, who is the board member at the Al-Nada Society, and also on the end there, Jonathan Reckford, who is Chief Executive of Habitat for Humanity International. Welcome to you both. And I think it's worth starting, first of all, in what you do. And it might sound like an obvious question, but I think we often jump into sort of looking at some of the solutions. But talk to me about where you come into this picture when it comes to that idea of from a Band-Aid to a blueprint. Just explain for me, if you will, Rasha, what it is you do.
Al-Nahda Society, I'm very lucky to have our chairwoman here with us today. We have Princess Mouli, and we, since its inception in 1962, we're actually the first nonprofit in Saudi Arabia. Our focus from the beginning has been on women's socioeconomic empowerment. We've gone into other fields, depending on a sort of organic growth of what members and society required at the time. But since I would say around 2010, we've really focused on women's socioeconomic empowerment and making sure or finding new ways for women to be economically independent.
Mm-hmm. And we'll come on to some of the opportunities, but also the challenges of doing just that in a second. Jonathan, good to see you too. The clue is in the name for you, isn't it? Habitat for Humanity. But just explain for people who aren't familiar with your work, what it is you do.
Thank you, Ben, and it's an honor to be with you all. For those of you who aren't familiar, Habitat for Humanity is a global housing NGO, and we have helped over 65 million people in more than 60 countries have new or improved housing over the last 49 years. And our process started with deep local work, what we call partnership housing, working alongside families and communities to improve their housing conditions or build new homes. That's really moved and evolved into also doing work around policy and advocacy and around markets and systems, trying to create infrastructure and ecosystems that allow people to, at scale, be able to improve their own housing conditions.
Yes. So, Rasha, when we look at it from that perspective of how we move from immediate challenges, because there are so many of them and so many organizations have sprung up to deal with immediate challenges. One of the biggest issues, though, is how you turn that into something longer term, how you change the system itself, particularly from your perspective of empowering women. Talk to me about how you do that. Where do you start?
So I think the way Nahda has taken it is that we work from 3 different perspectives or 3 different lines of work. We do have social work, or let's say financial and social support, but we use it as a tool. It's not the end goal. It's a tool through which you can alleviate the challenges that the underprivileged, the financially underprivileged are facing in order to give them the mental and emotional space through which they can then work on their development and work on raising their family and improving their economic lot. We also do it, but then we also use these programs and this financial support to learn more about what's happening with these families, what are the challenges that they're facing, and use it as a sort of a window into what's happening into Saudi society within this economic strata. Based on that, we then take this information and we do research. Basically, what we're doing is we are creating best practice. We're looking to create best practice that can then be replicated by others. We take this best practice, we publish it, we publish that along with other research that is being done on different topics that affect women and their financial independence. And then we also work to advocate for certain policy changes, as well as work with community outreach programs to help have everybody talking the same language, focusing on the same issues that we see in our work with the families. So that's how we take it. It's a 3-pronged approach. Yes. And only when you do that do we feel that you can really create an overall impact and a dent in that challenge.
And creating that dent is such a key issue, isn't it? Jonathan, talk to me about how you made that transition. One from, I guess, solving an immediate crisis when it comes to housing in certain geographies, to then maybe grander ambitions and what that ambition actually is.
So from the very beginning, our vision was audacious, a world where everyone has a decent place to live. Well, everyone's a really big number. And we were growing very fast, and we actually calculated if we kept at our current growth rate, how long would it take us to achieve our vision? And the answer was well over 1,000 years, even with aggressive growth. That felt very slow. And that really helped us, or forced us to change our framing question from how many houses can we build, which was a good question, to what would it take to actually address the housing need in all the geographies we serve, which was a much more ambitious question.
They may sound the same, but they're very different.
And that really forced us down a path of both policy work, how do we change the enabling environment for housing, and then thinking about the whole housing ecosystem and breaking it into components. So for us, that meant a deep focus on property rights, especially for women and marginalized groups. Second, financial inclusion, because in much of the world, only a very small percentage of families have access to a bank mortgage. And so we became a global leader in a new asset class of housing microfinance. And then we moved into building materials and skilled labor. So trying to actually create a system where families could actually incrementally improve their homes on terms they could afford at a scale that we could never do.
Yeah, and that financing issue is so important. And maybe, Rasha, I could actually hear of how you convince donors to get behind something where the payoff or the return is much further in the future. And how you convince them that you may not see immediate change because this is longer-term systemic change.
Well, I mean, we hope to work with the donors who are passionate and who do want to see a change in a particular problem. And so I think donors who want to come for the quick fix or the low-hanging fruit or all of those terms, we're not the right place. If you want to be able to say, I gave 100,000 families mosquito nets which saved them from XYZ diseases, that's not the kind of work we do. And so I think anybody who becomes a partner with us is somebody who is really trying to change a systemic issue, who realizes that it's going to take time. And I mean, even businesses, nobody expects you to be profitable in the first 4 years. So if you can speak to your donors in a language that they can understand, if they can learn to appreciate your professionalism and your reporting and your KPIs and everything that they are used to from a more corporate perspective, I think that goes a long way. And then, of course, when you're presenting your impact, you're talking about short-term as well as long-term impact. So in the short term, you will see this happening. And in the long term, you hope that what's happening now will have a ripple effect into society, and that in the long term, or let's say the medium term, you should expect this, and in the long term, this. Mm-hmm. But as we know, nobody has a crystal ball, and all we can do is, guesstimate, and I think this is an issue that we need to make sure that we communicate transparently and clearly with our donors.
Yes, and if I can build on that, I think you can think about it as outputs, but then outcomes, and then ultimately impact.
Yeah.
It is harder to fund policy work than it is to fund the outputs. And I hope, but it's also less expensive. And so our hope is to allocate some of that money from the direct work into that longer term systemic work. If I can just a quick example, one of my favorite stories was Bolivia, where very much like the work you're doing, women didn't have the right to own their property. And you think about divorce, inheritance, abuse, just the ability to have access to finance. And we empowered and trained a group of Bolivian women. I met this group, amazing women. And over a 5-year period, they not only got the right to their own property, they got the federal law changed. So if a man wanted to register his land or house, it had to be joint titled. And that to me is an example of changing the enabling environment. And ultimately, those women all would need to go through the process of getting their legal rights, but now they had a framework that allows that to be possible. And I think you get enough of those wins that hopefully builds momentum that we can get more people to think about investing in that side.
And you say maybe some of those longer term solutions are a bit cheaper, perhaps. I wonder how you balance the budget there. So how do you work out what proportion will go into sort of systemic change and what is dealing with the current issue?
Yeah, and for us, we find it's actually harder to fund some of the systemic work, though it's more scalable. Mm-hmm. So the more, I found our housing finance work is probably our best example where we were able to really leverage capital, so really using market-based solutions in a way for power. For policy, it's actually finding often it's foundations or more sophisticated donors who are willing to invest in that long-term change. Mm-hmm. But for us, the majority of our funds actually go to the direct construction, home building, direct program work, but we're always trying to find a subset of donors who are willing to think about that long-term change. And we actually, the donors who most want scale, we can often tilt towards those systems work.
Yeah. Rasha, give me an example of how you measure success here. What does success look like for you? And if you have examples of some of that work, because as we've touched on, this is stuff that takes a long time to deliver. Mm-hmm. This isn't going to be an immediate overnight win. So, how do you measure a win?
Well, I think we would start with our beneficiaries if we were to look at that line of work. And how many people are we able to get them to the stage where they are no longer reliant? How long does it take for them? We call it graduating out of hopefully poverty. And how long are they able to sustain that independence in the future? And so we have looked at yearly between 7 to 10% of our beneficiaries were able to have them graduate, in the sense that we've built their capacity and their children's capacity to be able to cover the finances of the family. Another win, I think, that we, in our other line of work, I think it's really important when we do this research and we publish it and we share it, how many people are actually considering it in their research? How many people are considering it when they think of policies? And so I think getting that evidence-based research based on our experience in the field as well as best practices worldwide is really important to get to the policymaker, because that you are enriching their information. They have their information, but when it's a different perspective when you have somebody coming from the field. And I think that when that's discussed is a great success.
Yeah, and that evidence, Jonathan, is so important, isn't it? Because that's what's proving the case every time. And I wonder if there's organisations here that maybe feel stuck in that the immediate issue. How do you get beyond it? How do you say, well, actually, yes, that immediate issue is still pressing, it is still urgent, we are still focused on it. But how do they shake that off to the extent that they can look at the longer term?
Yeah, I think often it's how do you build momentum? And I think it's a really important point. So before, I think our most shining example I mentioned was housing microfinance, financial inclusion for very low income families. And we started with pilots. So the first was, how do we create the evidence that Rod is talking about? So in a number of places, we started lending money to microfinance banks and training them on how to start housing portfolios. The thesis was microfinance banks could only lend for small businesses that could then generate income. But I knew, having been on the board of a microfinance network, that when we talked to the mostly women who borrowed the money, they would take any excess profits and they'd put it into educating their kids and fixing up their house. We knew there was this huge unmet need for housing improvements. And so what we found in those experiments is that the repayment rates for the home improvement loans were as high or higher than the small business loans. Based on that, we raised a $100 million debt fund, and we started lending at scale to, and now 12 years later, we finished the first fund. We've loaned out $240 million to 56 microfinance banks in 33 countries. 12 years later, that's directly helped 1.1 million people improve their housing. What's really exciting is then those microfinance banks, having seen it work, have put 1.1 billion of their capital, helping millions more have access. So we're now trying to raise a much larger fund. But we couldn't start there. It had to start with building the evidence frame to show that it was viable. And then our hope is to keep scaling it. So we're trying to build a much larger fund now.
I have something. I mean, I'm just in awe of all your statistics and the evidence and the numbers that you're able to share with us. And I think that points to something that we've been discussing, is that it takes a lot of funding for you to be able to know your exact impact. It takes a lot of funding for you to be able to do the impact assessment and be able to share that with your funders. And I think when we're talking to funders, we always also try to say, listen, could you please fund not only the program, but also look at the impact. And I think that's something, if I may beseech the funders and the donors, is that's really important. It's really important for us to be able to study our impact, and we can only do that through funding. And so, that's still something that funders don't really want to do.
And I want to come on to the impact and how you measure that on gender parity in just a second, because I know that's a lot of your work. Jonathan, do you want to jump in just there?
Yeah, only there's this concept of the starvation cycle. And I came out of the private sector before coming into the social sector. And when I started a new business in the private sector, we'd build a leadership team for where we were going to go in the future. You'd have capital, you would build out, but you would never ask a new business in the private sector to do their business, but with no marketing, no accounting, no audit team, and no HR team. Yet we ask nonprofits to only build houses or empower women, but with none of the support to actually make that happen. And so I think my advice, certainly on the philanthropic side, is do deep due diligence in the quality of an organization, but then give them the resources to actually move. And that would include, everyone wants the data, but the data does cost money. And so it takes some investment to build that longitudinal data.
Yes. Raisha, maybe a word on, because I know the focus for you is advocacy for gender parity, particularly in the private sector too. That's really hard to measure.
Yeah.
It's really hard to put a number on or to have the statistics as Jonathan had. How do you reflect that work and that success that you've had in that field? Because that is purely a mindset shift. It's not quantifiable, is it?
Well, I think there are certain indicators that you can follow, and we do have an index called Takafu, where we're looking at gender parity in the private sector. And so I mean, you can with nationally, we do a quantitative and a qualitative analysis. And with the quantitative, you can, through national statistics, be able to, and working with the public sector, come up with these numbers. And there is a formula that we use set up that we follow in our program, in this research, in this index.
There's not a lot of time left, but maybe a final thought from both of you in terms of what you would want people in this room to leave here today knowing. Particularly, I think, Jonathan, from your point of view, is sort of lessons learned when it comes to scalability. Because obviously there's a finite ability for what you can do, but actually what you can share with the world is that knowledge, it's that ability to scale. So what can you tell people? What are the lessons you've learned?
A few lessons. One, really complex problems require multi-sector solutions. So the social sector can't do it by itself, nor can the government, nor can the private sector. But they each play critical roles, and you really need all three sectors working together. We often talk about public-private partnerships. I think that misses sometimes the fourth P. We actually need public-private people partnerships. And I think the role of the social sector is to amplify the voices of the community and make sure you're actually creating long-term sustainable solutions. I think the second goes back to investing. And how do we both, there's always going to be a need for direct humanitarian support. But if we want to create systemic change, it's going to take investing in markets and systems. And I think that's where the government plays a role in creating the enabling environment. The private sector is actually the best at scaling. And the social sector, I think, brings that people or community piece into it to make sure you're actually designing systems that work for the people you're trying to serve. And I think the last would be there's a continuum, and we need direct philanthropy, we need full market-based solutions, but often we need catalytic philanthropy to create the bridge. And so a lot of our success has been finding what I would call leveraged philanthropy, which is taking that catalytic work to prime the market, and it takes some time, and then once the market is actually established, you actually don't need the subsidy then, the market starts working.
And Rasha, just a final thought from you. You've already made your pitch to the room, your plea to the room, but what would you like the room to know, and indeed the industry?
I think that organizations need to be thinking of themselves as companies, or as companies do, and held to the same professional standard. And donors in the room also have already done that, but they just need to understand that, as you had mentioned earlier, that it doesn't come easy. Changing human mindsets, changing the way people do things, are generational aspirations, and you're not going to necessarily achieve that in one generation. And so I think the most important thing is that there's a partnership between the donors and the nonprofits to really work towards something that they both feel passionate about. So when there's a synergy, when there's a belief from both sides, I really believe you can achieve great things.
It is a wonderful note to end. So please show your appreciation for both Rasha and for Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. Thank you so much to my panelists there. We're going to move and build on some of those themes that we discussed there in our next session, because we're looking at how organizations might harness innovation to achieve more at scale, but as is the theme of the day, to do so responsibly. We want to look at what AI will play in all of this, presenting both opportunities, as we know, but also clearly there are risks too. How can non-profits, philanthropists and policymakers integrate new technology like AI to accelerate their delivery, improve efficiency, and also deepen transparency, something we've already discussed on this stage. At the same time, of course, and it's true of all issues around AI, maintaining ethics, equity, and trust. So I'm delighted to welcome our next moderator for this panel. Please welcome Kailash Chalwa, who's the Chief Growth Officer at Power Pollen, and his panel.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for this panel on AI and advancing mission responsibly and scale. So with your permission, I'm going to dive right into the panelists. We have about 35 minutes. So Megan, I'd love to start with you. Again, given your background and diversity of work you do, big picture question for you. Can you kind of set the stage on what is the role of AI as we look to advance mission responsibly and scale?
Yeah. So a pleasure to be here, and thank you, everybody. As someone who has led a very human, grassroots, mission-driven organization and now finds myself mired in this world of AI and thinking about the future, first of all, it takes a lot of humility, I think, right now, because we're in the moment of learn, unlearn, relearn in a speed that we've never really encountered before. But also, it's a journey of understanding how do we evolve our humanity in the face of this technology, which is not human. So who do we become and how do we navigate those roles? And I think many people throw around the word AI, but there's a lot of misunderstanding about what it can and cannot do. And I'm really thinking about it now in terms of how it can amplify, democratize, and accelerate. And what I mean by that is really thinking about how it can, we can use it for pattern recognition in tracking some of the changes and transformations that are happening across all of our systems right now, right? We can use it to identify opportunities to intervene that humans overlook because we're not natural collaborators and we often are working in silos, and it sort of gets rid of that. So that's one way that I think we can really leverage AI. The second one is obviously around democratization of knowledge, skills, power. It has enormous possibility in this way, but we have to always think of it as part of an ecosystem that has both human, what I call high-touch interventions in our day-to-day lives, but also high-tech interventions. And then certainly it has the opportunity to accelerate the learn, fail, discover, innovation cycle. And if we really are in control of using it and putting its power at that is really important. One of the concerns I have is that...
Megan, can I just pull on a couple of things you said? So you mentioned humanity and democratization, right? So Nighat, I know you work a lot in digital rights, right? So could you maybe speak a little bit about some of the work you're doing, and again, how you are trying to, and how you approach AI as a tool to serve rather than exploit humanity, especially with vulnerable communities and women?
Yeah, no, thank you, Kavi, and thanks, Megan, for setting the stage. For me, value creation in AI has to start with a very simple but often overlooked question, that value for whom and harm for whom. And in global South, global majority countries, AI is not arriving into neutral environments. Our environments are politically polarized. Gender inequality is something that we have been facing for decades. There is weak regulatory protections, and I think what AI is actually doing is like shaping people's daily lives without having like a proper infrastructure in place. So when companies define value only through efficiency, engagement, or scale, they often miss the deeper societal cost. So at our organization, which is Digital Rights Foundation, we have been running this digital security helpline for 9 years. Mm-hmm. And in 9 years, we received 20,000 cases, mostly of women and vulnerable groups who actually face cyber harassment or online violence. But what we are seeing in last 2 years, the rise of deepfake and targeted disinformation with the use of AI. And for us, the difficulty is to address this issue without having a proper ecosystem around us in terms of grievance mechanism, in terms of reaching out to those companies who are creating and developing these products without having our own insight from Global South. But at the end, these technologies are coming to us without any, any loop of communication. Yeah. So I think that's where I feel that having a contextual information into design, but also like continuous feedback going from us to the global north folks is very essential.
Perfect. And so Milos, I'll transition to you, and again, pulling the string on something Nighat brought up about the role of AI and our deployment of it in civil society is about creating value. Right? Now, again, your organization has created a tremendous amount of value by deploying AI to support capital allocation, including in philanthropy and impact. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, with pleasure. Just maybe to give a little bit of context. So I'm CEO of the Altruist League. It's a Geneva-based organization. We invest philanthropic capital on behalf of about 400 high net worth individuals and family offices. And we have been using AI for more than 10 years to do so, and we've invested more than $10 billion. And for us, from our perspective, and I think it's going to be a very nice complement to what we've just heard, for us, the key word about the use of AI in philanthropy is necessity. Necessity. AI is simply necessary for 3 reasons. The first one is we're all talking about systemic change. Different definitions what it is, but we can agree that systemic change means taking the very complex, very multifaceted world we have today and creating something new, something better tomorrow through our actions. To model today's world, to model the change we want to create, artificial intelligence is the tool. It's the prediction engine, and we've been using it. The second reason why we need AI and why it's used is the sheer size of data sets. So the Altruist League members have made hundreds, thousands of investments in the past. We have more than 1 million potential partners, NGOs, in the data set. To make the matching between the two and suggest viable investments, it would take an analyst a year. It takes a machine a few minutes. And then, yes, this needs to be then checked by a human and so on, but without a machine, you cannot do the job. The third and final reason is we all want trust-based investing. We all talk about trust-based investing. In its best incarnation, trust-based investing means we're not waiting for grant applications and we're not waiting for reports. It's our job to track the best organizations in the real world. It's our job to find them, to invest in them, and to track in the real world the results of their work without expecting constant reporting. For this, you need analysts on the ground, you need data scraping tools and so on, and you need AI to bring it all together. So systemic change, systemic approach, huge amounts of data and trust. The linchpin in the middle is AI.
Perfect. And so maybe shifting to you, Zainab. Again, Milos did a very good job of articulating some of the value propositions of AI in the context of finance, right? But obviously the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is becoming a leader, and again, His Royal Highness has said they want to be a leader in AI. Can you speak about how AI is being deployed here with a particular focus on how it's creating positive impact in communities here in the Kingdom?
First of all, thank you for having me into this really important discussion regarding AI. I'm Zainab Al-Amin. I'm VP of National Digital Transformation at Microsoft. And a big part of my role is to bring the impact beyond profit to the country and bring the best of Microsoft to Saudi Arabia. So when we talk about AI and the impact that is created, we do work with multiple partners. Sadaya is one of the big partners that we work with, MCIT, but also we work with NGOs like MISC. And I see one of the very important NGOs that I have a story that resonated with me personally, which is King Salman Science Oasis. We did this project with them whereby we brought Microsoft flagship competition, Microsoft flagship competition, Imagine Cup, for students. And the students that participated, 25 of them came from Insan NGO. And Insan, for those who don't know it, it's an NGO that looks after underprivileged orphans. And when I went and I looked at the projects that those teams actually produced, they were standing there talking about AI, speaking about ethical AI, speaking about sustainability in English. It's second language for them. Remember, they come from underprivileged communities. So that was, a challenge for them to actually have that confidence and speak in a second language and talk about AI and participate in a flagship event with a hyperscaler like Microsoft. And at that time, when that boy or that student was describing his project about how to use or how can they get water accessible to or stressed entities in Africa, and how he leveraged AI to do that, He was standing there with full confidence. I felt the impact that we are creating for those community. It goes beyond AI. It goes beyond the technology. It comes with the whole ecosystem of, you feel it when you talk to the people and when they talk about it, and especially with those underprivileged communities. So this is just one example that I wanted to highlight, and that's what kept me going.
That's perfect. So Majid, you are chairman of the AI Association here in Saudi Arabia. And so obviously to create change, you need capacity building, you need capabilities development within AI. All right, so could you speak about, especially when we think about the nonprofit sector, what sort of capacity and capability investments are required for NGOs to be able to truly leverage and integrate AI into their work?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe NGOs, by design, are the closest to communities everywhere. And by realizing that, I believe they are in a position better than anyone else to realize the value of AI human-centered. And that's really a value for governments and corporates they would like to achieve all the time. When it comes to NGOs, they are uniquely positioned to implement and execute that because it's run by the communities. Mm-hmm. Now, as you mentioned, being a person who is executing AI into an NGO focusing on AI, that's really a challenge for me because it's a new experience. I haven't been for NGOs, unlike those people who are joining us today who have been here for years. I just joined it for 6 years, and my first question to myself and the team who was surrounding me was, how can we capitalize on AI, use it properly? And I think we use few steps that probably can be generalized to be used anywhere else. First, you have to have an AI practical policy. And I believe that starting with that is important because having a purpose to use AI is much more important than using the tools and defining the tools. Once you have this policy, it has to contain decisions like, what should we use AI for? What should we avoid using AI? And that definitely has to be governed through a certain governance team who's looking at the risks of using AI and how can we do the best out of AI without alternating or without the duplication. Normally people are afraid of using AI or using people. I think it's always important to complement each other. We have to use AI as tools rather than replacement for humans.
Yeah.
And the best choice is to advance the efficiency of the team.
Yeah, so I think, Majid, you hit the nail on the head that AI is a tool, it's not to replace, but it's to support humans in doing our work, right? So Milos, maybe picking up on what Majid was saying, especially as you look forward, right? What can we do, especially in the nonprofit sector, to improve the outcomes that we generate by leveraging AI?
There are a few things that I'm really excited about, and I'll talk about maybe 3. And the first one will exactly build on what Zainab and Majid were talking about. I would like to see comprehensive countrywide programs of upskilling people with AI tools, be it generative AI tools or general AI tools. At the Altruist League, we have a framework called the Ready for AI that has been deployed in tens of thousands of organizations. And we are now partnering with a few governments to put it into practice, like I said, in a sort of countrywide manner. I'd like to see similar things being done elsewhere because I think really the opportunity is there. That's where it has to start with. NGOs and practitioners working in them have to learn the pros and cons of using these tools. So that would be maybe number 1. Number 2, I think for the investors, so for the philanthropists, AI permits a much more granular investment approach, and it permits calibration that is much more frequent. So instead of doing once a year investment decisions and then reviewing them every 3 years, we can now recalibrate our portfolios almost like for-profit investors can do. And I think this is something that we should benefit from. And then finally, and this is something very close to my heart, I think the sector as a whole needs to be more involved in the discussion around regulation. Mm-hmm. So regulation of AI, we are involved in many of those discussions in Brussels, in Asia, in DC. Philanthropy is sorely missing, and not only philanthropy, but also those actors whom philanthropy is supposed to represent, grassroots movements, NGOs, and so on. As a consequence, regulation is left to a couple of professional regulators and big tech, and we do not want that.
Perfect. And so, Nighat, you and your organization do a lot of work in policy and regulation, governance, et cetera. So do you mind picking up where Milos left off? And as you think about policy evolution, what needs to happen when it comes to AI in that policy governance space, especially, again, keeping nonprofits and the nonprofit sector in mind?
Yeah. First of all, I'm very proud to be part of the UN Secretary General's AI High-Level Advisory Body, where Latifa from Saudi Arabia was also part of it to basically design an international governance framework around AI, the very first one. So many folks from Global Majority were part of it, and I think we kind of set a good example where some of our recommendations were taken towards a global digital compact, which is establishing AI scientific panel, and the second one is having AI governance dialogue every year. But I also feel that contextualizing ethical frameworks is so important. We really do not need to export global north ethical frameworks that have been designed for them. And I think we are in such a good position, whether folks in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or whether somebody in Pakistan, to contextualize it according to our own requirements and needs. And I think for nonprofits, again, what has been said, we should be part of these conversations. As Majid said very beautifully, that we should take AI as tool and do not treat humans and tools separately. Humans should be part of should be part of the loop, and AI should remain as a tool which enable this ecosystem and not take the center stage.
Yep, no, that's perfect. And I love your comment around we can contextualize it ourselves, right? So maybe, Megan, shifting to some of your work in leadership, right? It's one thing for governments to create an environment where that can happen, right? But ultimately, individuals need to step up, right? So what do nonprofit leaders and other leaders need to do from an individual perspective, truly leverage AI and step into that space?
Yeah, I think we need to have a moment to reflect a little bit, because when technology moves faster than our shared principles, we risk to deepen and exacerbate divide rather than expand opportunity. And that really is what we're facing right now. I don't mean to sound heavy, but that is the kind of moment we're at. And that means that some of the institutions we built and set up in the wake of the last industrial revolution to help govern the technologies of the last industrial revolution are now being dismantled and weakened and discredited in many ways. So we are going to need an entirely new manner of governing. And I think that really starts with the individual. I think that really starts with us as individuals showing, once again, that ethical, that sense of equity, applying an equity lens, so that every advancement in technology is not just evaluated for its technical breakthrough or its profit potential, but its social consequences. And that needs to be part of strategic thinking, and certainly even for small grassroots organizations. This question cannot be understated. You must know why you're doing something, why you're applying the technology, what the unintended consequences are, what the benefits are, and then to work really hard to mitigate and to balance those. And I think that movement of self-leadership, self-governance is what bubbles up and creates a sectoral, a regional, and then across silos. I think working with allies, I just want to touch on that for a minute, working as a not-for-profit with people in the corporate sector can be enormously helpful in this moment. They have experience and they've been doing out in front thinking about unintended consequences in ways we might not as practitioners. And so what we can learn and the more conversation and dialogue we can have, the stronger it'll be, the governance.
Perfect. Thank you, Megan. And again, Zainab and Majid, I saw the both of you kind of nodding your head as Megan was talking. So maybe I'll ask the two of you to kind of pull the thread on what Megan was talking about in the context of, again, the kingdom itself, right? As you think about leadership, both at a perhaps organizational level, but also at individual levels, right? What needs to evolve in terms of leadership from that individual perspective to truly, again, get people comfortable understanding, but more importantly, deploying AI as a tool to serve humanity? And again, if you can contextualize it to the kingdom, that would be wonderful.
So again, I believe that the future will belong to NGOs that utilize AI and to those leaders who empower their people to use AI. And I don't think by saying this that every leader has to be an expert in AI. A leader could be a person who just be aware of simple questions. Something like, where's the data? What data we need for building models? What is the benefit of using AI? Where are the pain points that AI can utilize? All of these questions can be gathered in a simple workshop hosted by the leader and his team or her team, and they can definitely build a plan, the plan policy that we answered in the first question. Sharing some of my experiences, the first, I joined the association, the AI Association, almost 7 months ago. And I was thinking with the people around me, what would be the best training session that we need to do? And by the way, our AI Association is not just open for experts in AI. It's open for everyone who would like to adopt AI in what they do. And we thought there's a trending technology nowadays that's really helpful to everyone, all of us. All of us. That's vibe coding. And if you look at vibe coding, which is something that is really unbelievable, you can talk to the AI to develop code, build your websites, build your app in the App Store without knowing the code. And this is one of the tracks we worked on. So we opened the training, 400 people plus registered. 50 people were really attending the sessions. We had 1 hour session every week for 6 weeks. Out of those 50 people, around 12 people who really were focusing on what they do, and they build projects. Some of them, actually most of them, were not programmers. And each was coming with a program related to health, related to real estate, related to something really of his interest, or related to NGO business. And those people are the assets for the future for any single NGOs. I believe every NGO must invest on those people. Vibe coding is really a strong tool. I would suggest everyone to look at it.
Perfect. And Zainab, same question for you. And again, as you talk about that, could you also maybe share how at Microsoft they've taken private sector capabilities and really used that to inform and help NGOs develop and that sector develop here in the kingdom?
Absolutely, my pleasure. So at Microsoft, we treat NGOs in a different way. We have a program that is specifically targeting NGOs, whereby there are different training, different licensing, and others. But when organizations want to adopt AI, specifically NGOs, let's start at the leadership level. 3 elements need to be looked at. First, AI fluency training and education and awareness for leaders and for the staff themselves. And maybe Majid alluded to the training that was conducted, but then there is a bigger training that was done at a national level with Sadaya, which is AI for all, Sama'i, and 1 million people were reached, and we're very proud to be part of that in partnership with Sadaya. We did something also specific for NGOs in partnership with MCIT and Irtiqa NGO. 40 NGOs were trained on AI principles, and the hunger and the impact that came out of that project was really astonishing. We were targeting X amount, and it was 140% overachieved the target, which was really speaks to the need. So the first is AI fluency. Second is the platform and the tools that NGOs need to use and leverage. And for that, at Microsoft, we have a program specific for NGOs, for those that are registered, where they get huge discounts and huge licenses discounts, close to actually 0 payment that they need to do. They just have to be part of that registration. And it breaks my heart when I meet with some of the NGOs and I find out that they don't know about that program. Yeah. They're actually paying for it. The third part, which Megan alluded to, is partnerships. NGOs are small communities. They don't have the right fund, and they don't have to do it all by themselves. There are entities there that offer the tools, so have and leverage those partnerships with the likes of Microsoft, with the likes of Sedaya and others, and build on them. And maybe on the break we talked about Microsoft for Social Impact program, where a lot of NGOs actually leveraged, and this is one of the things that we have at MS Learn. We have a program dedicated for nonprofits, AI for nonprofits, and many more.
That's perfect. So, Nigit, do you have a comment you wanted to add in there?
Yeah, no, I think nonprofits can be early adopters of this technology, but at the same time, nonprofits can be watchers as well of this technology. And I think we should realize our role is very strong, that how this should be two-way street when it comes to tech companies or AI companies and government, and hold them accountable as well while they are designing and making this technology, and while governments are making regulations. And what nonprofits can do is that they can bring the real life experience into design of the technology, but also working with the government in partnership and developing these regulations together. Because what I'm seeing is that the regulations are being developed so rapidly, and the inclusiveness of different stakeholders most of the time in several countries are missing. And I think that's something that we need to realize, that we should not just become an adopters of this technology, but we can play a part in sort of accountability and oversight as well.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, right? It's a dynamic conversation. And so in that spirit, we've got about 2.5 minutes left. So Milos, I'm going to start with you. And like each of you, again, to our audience, and again, Saudi Arabia has a lot of youth, right? So again, what are some parting words or guidance you'd give them in terms of, again, truly leveraging AI for mission purposes? Let's start with you in about 30 seconds each.
Document what you're doing and give it to us. The reason is, in collaboration with the University of Geneva, we published the first book globally about AI and philanthropy, full of case studies, the Routledge Handbook on AI and Philanthropy. Have a look, lots of useful material, but more importantly, send us your case studies, send us your research. So we're preparing now regional versions in Chinese, in Portuguese. I would love to have a version focused on the Gulf. I would love to have a version in Arabic. Just because you're doing AI, you think it's self-explanatory, but others have an opportunity to learn.
Awesome. Megan?
I'm going to say two things that are not necessarily related. One is a plug for intergenerational collaboration. Now more than ever, our leadership teams, our organizations must have intergenerational leadership, and that really means giving young people a seat at the table to innovate and to express themselves. More importantly, the sector needs money. It can't just function. It will not transition without adequate resources and investment. And that means not just in kind, not just mentorship and skills development, but actually cash. Organizations that are doing high impact work, either environmentally or socially, need money to be able to invest in the people, the systems, and the infrastructure in order that they can really leverage this technology. Super important.
Thank you, Megan. Money, very important. Nigit?
I love that money part, Megan. Thank you. If we want AI to truly serve humanity, we must invest in the organizations and people who are working on ground. And I feel that Kingdom is in such a good position at the moment, where they not just taking themselves into this space as a leader, but also taking global majority and global south along with them, and invest in nonprofits, not just working with the government. So nonprofits in global south.
Perfect. Majid?
AI can do miracles for us. A website, for example, to build probably would need 3 months. In AI, you can use it and build a website in 5 minutes. However, and I would amplify this here in Saudi Arabia because values is really important to us as a community, as a people. I would say it's really the greatest risks of AI when it comes to NGO, to let AI anchor the decisions of the future without anchoring the values within AI.
Perfect.
So it's really important to put the policies, put the ethics within the AI frameworks, and then go full speed.
Splendid. And Zainab, please.
Two things for me. Building on Majid's point, AI comes with an opportunity, but it's also important to understand the risks associated with it. So ethical AI is very important to understand. The second thing is NGOs, you don't need to do it all by yourself. Leverage what's available there. Check out Microsoft program for nonprofit and use all of the benefits that are there, or find other partners, but don't do it by yourself.
Perfect. Thank you. Will you please join me in thanking our panel? Thank you.
Esteemed panelists, for a great session. One takeaway, ladies and gentlemen, from this session: even in a world that's run by algorithms, it is purpose that keeps humanity at the center of progress and impact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn from artificial intelligence to something far more lasting: human impact. Because impact, it's like life. It has a rhythm, it's born, grows, matures, and if designed well, it's sustained. Our next session, the social impact life cycle, explores that journey exactly. So please join me in welcoming my esteemed panelists, Dania Al-Maina, CEO of Riali Foundation, and Giro Belimoria, founder of One Family Foundation, Adrian Lovett, Executive Director, Middle East, Asia Pacific, and United Kingdom, the One Campaign, and Satya Tripathi, Secretary General, Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet, GASP. Welcome, my esteemed panelists. Yes, the floor is yours. Gender equality.
Yes.
Females to males. Amazing. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Hi. Good. Great. Okay, let's start with you, Dania.
Wonderful.
We're talking here with a lens on your initiative, Riali Foundation. You have scaled a national program on a finance literacy here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What were the most important factors that helped you move that initiative from pilot to national research, and what have you learned personally during that journey?
Wonderful, thank you, Wiam. I think what makes Riali amazing is that it's been a journey of over 10 years. It started off as a CSR initiative from SETCO, and the idea was to understand the need. So there was a need. No players in financial literacy. And the idea was we found out with the needs assessment that our youth really don't differentiate between what is a want and what is a need. And so the lovely thing is it started on looking into the, let's say, the area of where we can help, how we can make a difference. And then designing a very amazing program that started as a pilot, but found a lot of support from many entities, partners, and so it started off as a CSR initiative. It grew into a pilot, and then saw that there was a bigger need in society as a whole, and found the right partners. And I think partnering with the Ministry of Education was amazing, because you found the right partner that was also an enabler. Yeah. And so we've, our beneficiaries are over 4 million today, starting from a CSR initiative to moving on to a nationwide initiative in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, working with the students, working with the teachers who are now, we did train the trainer. They were actually supporting us with a program. They loved it, and they're now taking it to their homes. So there's like the indirect beneficiaries that actually benefited from these programs. But what I think is really amazing as well is our impact assessments that were built and designed within the program. Today we have with us the amazing team that worked on it. led by Dr. Lina Mirdad, Yara, and the team.
Well deserved.
So Iktifa at the time was a great partner as well that helped us understand our journey. And while we're understanding the journey and getting the feedback from the impact, really developing the program. So we're great, we're doing well. We've started a platform, but we're always continuously developing and seeing how we can get to different segments in society.
Amazing. How do you feel about where you have started and where you are now?
So just a disclaimer, it's my 100th day in Riyali, so I did not start Riyali, but I'm proud to continue the journey.
Amazing. Best of luck to you. We go to Jeru. Jeru, you help organizations like Childline India, Child and Youth Finance International, and Child Helpline International, Aflatone, to grow across many countries. Now, from what you have seen and what you have experienced with these entities, what distinguishes the initiatives that actually successfully grow into system change from those who remain off pilot?
So firstly, thank you for having me here. Really interesting question. And for me, what is the fundamental difference is if the founder lets go of their ego. And if the idea and the problem you're wanting to solve is the most important. So if I look at Childline India started with street children, and the whole organization was based on what the street children wanted. They wanted a phone number which was national. That's why we took a national number. They wanted where they could have, travel everywhere. So that's what we did. They wanted it to be run by people they could talk to in their language. So we got in paraprofessionals from the streets. And that's the ethos we took when we went to national. It's the largest non-profit in India, which then got taken over by the government. And then we went global. And instead of imposing the India idea, we went country to country. And in 134 countries, we created new helplines, but looking at what is the context of the country. So when we came even in this region, the first thing we did is started talking to the Arab League, finding out what are the issues, and the helpline here is very, very different as compared to in other countries. So basically, the first thing is not trying to impose your idea, but making sure that you listen and act. Second thing we learned, and I'm going to now take Aflatun, where we will now be, after this session, partnering.
That's the whole purpose of
That's
this
the whole purpose,
Absolutely.
right? So now Aflatun will partner with Riyali. Aflatun developed the model that you do need to know about money, but you need to know about yourself first. And we took up the hypothesis of that. So there again, instead of saying that we are going to scale, we said, what is the idea that is most important? And said, these are the core 3 or 5 non-negotiables. Knowing yourself, or when you talk about money, don't talk just about money. Talk about resources, land, water, people, human resources, everything. So sort of an integrated concept to financial and social education is what we brought in. Keeping that in mind, we are now in 119 countries reaching 48 million children every year. And all of this is integrated into the school systems. And we do it because we contextualize based on the needs of the country. So that is how so scale is about forgetting yourself, keeping the problem, keeping what you think is the solution, and adapting it and making that happen.
Amazing. We're going to build upon that bold vision to you, Adrian. You have worked at the heart of global movements that bring governments, citizens, and partners all together. From your perspective, what are the biggest barriers that stop promising pilots from reaching national scale, and how can we design for scale from the very start of the programs or initiatives?
Well, I think, and thank you, it's a privilege to be part of this diverse and distinguished panel. I think the reason we go wrong is when we miss crucial context. And I'll unpack that in a couple of ways. But, we were hearing earlier about the valley of death that we all have to leap across. Well, maybe there's a rope bridge of context that we can build. That's not a very impressive metaphor. Don't ever use it. But no, I think context in 2 ways. One around evidence, and I'll give you an example. Many years ago now, myself and someone Jeroen knows well, my longtime friend Jamie Drummond, who co-founded the One campaign that I represent, we were in a meeting room at a recording studio in Dublin in Ireland, and we sat down with the musician Bono, who had a few years previously been involved in the Live Aid concerts, which raised a lot of money to fight famine in Africa, $200 million in fact. And he, at that meeting, said to us, so you're telling me that $200 million that we, very proud of having raised, is the amount that leaves Africa in debt payments from governments in 2 weeks? And we said, yeah, that's right. And from that, a campaign was born, and Bono was right at the front of it. And from that campaign, an organization was born, my organization, the One Campaign, and 20 plus years later, we're very proud of what we've done since then. But that was the crucial piece of evidence that provided context. And, that's one side of it. But I think the other side, which sort of contradicts the first point in a way, is that it's not all about evidence, it's not all about data and facts. They only get you so far. It's also about something much less tangible around feelings and attitudes and beliefs and norms. And I've seen that whether it's in trying to build access for girls getting to school in rural parts of Kenya. I've seen it in talking to the British public about international cooperation. For example, a few years ago, we thought, well, if we can just explain to the public that actually, contrary to what they think, we don't actually spend that much on international aid. It's less than 1 pence in every pound dollar of national income. Maybe they'll be more supportive of it. So we did that exercise. We did a public education outreach, telling that story. Did you know it's only this much? And some people go, okay, well that's better. Then I feel a bit better about it. Most people will say, if they already weren't supportive, they'll say, okay, well I'm still not with you, And there'll be another reason, and it'll be less tangible. Maybe something that's a bit more difficult to say out loud. So I think that the context around feelings is a really important part that we also have to know. And one other very quick example, right now, what we're working on at the One Campaign is around the cost of capital in Africa. We know that it's far more expensive for African countries to borrow and to harness investment in their countries than it is elsewhere. A country like Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa and a country like Serbia in Europe, actually, when you look at them, the economics are pretty similar. The fundamentals are pretty much the same. But it costs Cote d'Ivoire several times more to borrow and to raise capital than it does Serbia. Why? Because of different perceptions and biases and outdated and sometimes never true stereotypes. So how do we fix that? Well, there's lots of ways we come at that, but it's about telling a different story and recognizing that it isn't facts alone that are going to get us to where we need to get to.
That's a great foundation, and it perfectly leads us to finances, which can make or break any great idea. To you, Satya, you have spent years mobilizing private finance for public good. What kinds of financing models or initiatives, incentives, help actually social ventures to survive those early years and eventually can scale also to a broader impact?
Thank you. And thank you for having me. It's a great opportunity because I speak quite often in gatherings like this and in the Middle East, and I wanted to make this point before I go on to the question.
Sure.
Is that this is the first time I have seen, in the morning I was quite surprised actually, I thought I got into the wrong room.
Why?
Because the entire audience was Saudis. There were very few foreigners. You go to other gatherings in the Middle East where I speak quite often, it's actually a room full of foreigners and a very few local leaders present there. So this is extraordinary. So congratulations to you.
Yes, this is in our DNA.
Being the leaders of your own space,
Yeah.
And we're very happy to come and share our insights, but it works only if you lead. And that's what brings me to the two examples that I want to cite that we have catalyzed. We work on a variety of fields as a global organization, but the first one we Catalyzed was in Indonesia. It's a $400 million project, employs 50,000 people, 16,000 directly and 34,000 indirectly in the secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy, protects a forest 6 times the size of the country Singapore. Wow. And the idea came in the wake of the 2015 forest fires, the peat fires in Indonesia, where every day of emissions during those fires was higher than the annual emission of highly industrialized countries like Germany, France, UK, and you can go on and on and on. And it was all possible by everybody coming together, government, civil society, blended finance. So that was a blended finance model where we managed to raise money at below 50% of what the market was offering Michelin, the world's leading tire company, because they needed natural rubber. That's how you created a buffer that protects the forest that was going away. The same idea in India had a very different model. It wasn't a blended finance model, so that's now the world's largest sustainable agriculture project. It's in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is a state of roughly 60 million people. And their 1.5 million women farmers have now converted to zero synthetic chemical farming, zero pesticide farming. And their yields have gone up 11%, their incomes have gone up 50%, and it was all possible by the leadership of the government there. So that's why when governments lead with a clean heart and a pure intent, it works out wonderfully well. Then everybody comes together. In our role, we have brought 50 organizations to work with them. I have a 25-person team embedded within that program for the last 8 years. And when the numbers grew, the German Development Bank came forward on its own and has given 210 million euros at 0.45% coupon. Now, mind you, to some it might seem like very cheap money. It is not, because the German Development Bank raises that money at 0.2%. That's how much credibility they have in the market. You talked about Africa paying a lot. So even when they give you at 0.45, they're still making 125% returns on the cost of capital. But that's the power of collaborative partnerships, that you can actually achieve exponential impact if everybody is in the room. When everybody is outside the room, the risk multiplies and the costs go up, like in Cote d'Ivoire. I served in that part of the world while with the UN, and I know exactly what you're talking.
And the impact will not be the same on the ground if all these parties come together for the
impact. Can't find the money at the same cost, because their not being in the room is risk. If the government is not in the room, the investor is thinking, what will the government do in this case?
Yeah.
If the aggregators are not in the room, then they are thinking, where is the market access? Who are you selling it to? It's basically getting everybody together. That's how we build these, what we call virtuous partnerships, so that we all align around a value, not around an income outcome. It's an impact outcome.
That's a very constructive and practical lens to look at scale. Now, Dania, I want to bring digital side to this conversation, and here to ask you about how technology actually helped Riali Foundation to expand its reach and its inclusion as well, and what opportunities or challenges do you see coming next?
Right. So I think we were very lucky.
Yes. Shall we pull it? Yes, perfect.
We were very lucky that we were planning and working on our platform before COVID. So we were able to reach when COVID hit. We continued our program. So our program didn't end at that. It continued to grow, actually. We've developed different programs for different segments in schools. And so having that platform, or building that platform, or investing in technology before actually COVID was really great for us. But what I think is always thinking ahead, taking the step ahead. Today we heard about ChatGPT. How many years is it now? Has it been? I mean, we can't now have a question without asking ChatGPT. So I think we always need to think in advance, and it brings me to innovation. Innovation is so important in everything we do. And I think when we start planning things in a pilot stage, we should always think, okay, how can we bring technology to really roll this out? How can we use technology to help us? And so we were lucky that we had the platform,
And we are continuously working on thinking about how we can use technology to help us, whether with AI and so forth in our program.
Well, that theme of data and inclusion links directly to coalitions and funding partnerships. Jiro, you have lived in that world. You led Catalyst 2030, and now you're leading the Government Council for Social Innovation, which brings together founders and change makers. What makes a coalition or a pooled fund truly effective in scaling social innovations, and how can we make sure collaboration does not become just coordination on papers?
So I'm going to take this question a bit further, and I'm going to say, how do you get social entrepreneurs working with governments, with funders, to actually create the social innovation ecosystem? Because I think that's also the objective of this forum. We need to create a social innovation ecosystem where everyone works together. Because in any country, there are thousands of nonprofits. I heard this morning there are 6,000 nonprofits which are being worked on in Saudi Arabia alone. Globally, there are more than 2 million, but most of them don't hit scale. And the reason they don't hit scale is not just because of lack of resources, but it's because of the lack of a very good ecosystem surrounding it. So when we went about and get it, if you want to, currently nonprofits are just 2 trillion. If we were to combine the whole ecosystem, we could reach close to, which is less than 2% of the global GDP. If we were able to actually create an ecosystem, we have the potential to reach close to 20% of the global GDP by 2030.
How?
How do we do that? Policies. There are no policies and regulations which are placed. So we need to create systematic policies and regulations. Many countries have fragmented laws. B, there is not sufficient mapping of the ecosystem which is done. And thanks to technology, you said, thanks to technology, we can actually now map the whole ecosystem. So we need to be able to map the ecosystem and see how we can make it happen. C, financing. You said financing is reducing, but there are many local sources of financing which could be tapped within the country's own resources to be able to increase it. And we can look at innovative sources of financing, my favorite being something like space tax. The space is used is for us, but a few companies have captured it, like SpaceX. So I think there are different ways in which if we systematically build this, and therefore I do hope the National Center for Nonprofit in Saudi or the Saudi ecosystem comes together to actually coordinate it and make it happen. And actually that's what the Government Council is doing, and 51 countries have started working on this, and hopefully more will join, and we can create the ecosystem to reach an economy where at least 20%, not 2% of our economy by 2030 is socially inclined and doesn't harm the climate.
Absolutely. Well, let's emphasize collaborations, building upon what Jiro just mentioned, with large-scale change. Adrian, when we talk about large-scale change, it requires governments, funders, and citizens to work all together. What have you learned about aligning these different interests, let's say, so everyone stays focused on shared outcomes instead of having separate goals?
Well, I think the first thing that I've learned is perhaps the obvious thing, but those coalitions are by definition diverse and have multiple perspectives. That's much of the strength of them, but it also requires everyone in those different parts of those coalitions to look for the common ground.
Yeah.
And actually, the One Campaign, we make that a bit of an article of faith. We talk about, because we're called One, we often say, let's find the one thing that we can come together on. And if that's important enough, then let's work on that with a diverse array of partners. So I think that's the first thing, have that discipline and focus to say we're going to find the thing where we have common ground and build a coalition around that common ground, not emphasize
all of the differences that we can't resolve, or we might not be able to resolve. We spend a lot of time resolving. Secondly, use the frameworks that are there. The Sustainable Development Goals are the obvious starting point, right? We have those goals. They're not perfect, but we've got them, and we've got them for a few more years, and we'll need something to take us beyond 2030. But there is a framework there of ends rather than means that, I think in our experience, it serves us well to locate our work in those goals. And then finally, on the means versus ends, let's not fall into getting stuck around the means. 60 years ago, in another part of the world, a nation didn't get excited about spending $200 billion on rockets. They got excited about putting a man on the moon, right? And then they spent $200 billion on rockets because that's what it cost. So they were focused on the ends rather than the means. We need to have that same sense of what are we actually striving to achieve together, and then plot the path together.
Achieving together, this will take us to maybe confidence. We talk about this next with you, Satya, because many investors say that they need to see clear evidence before they can support social innovations at any scale. So what needs to be in place in terms of data, policy, and partnerships to make these models investable and also measurable?
Well, I think the government plays a huge role, Normally people see the government as a problem, but the government actually is a big part of the solution. I'll go back to that Indonesia example that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
When we imagined that it is possible to leverage private finance for public good, I went to the chief of staff of the president, a gentleman called Luhut Panjaitan. Then he became a very senior minister in the government and was the most influential actor within the government. So he asked me, what do you need to make it happen? I gave him the idea, and he was a good friend. I said, can I be frank? He said, yeah, sure. I said, I need you to get out of my way. And he laughed. But he said, you came to me. I said, what I mean is the government has to be a benevolent actor in this whole effort. And he said, well, let's talk to the president. And we talked to the president. The president said, absolutely, whatever you need. And the government was true to its word every step of the way. They kept the bureaucracy out of the way. Anybody came to them with some story, they'll say, no, we want to see how this works. And in 6 months later, we had produced a $400 million project, which became the precursor to what is now called the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which was launched in Brazil, the $125 billion ambition. Tropical Landscape Finance Facility was the first 8 years ago that produced a $400 million investment in protecting a forest, working with people. And so when you work with government, investors get a lot of confidence that the government is on their side. And in little things, everything symbolic. When we launched the TLFF, the president actually gave us the main government conference center to launch it there. Half of the cabinet was present there. Wow. And so that gives confidence to the investors.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is a partnership worth watching out for.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, the investment is produced. So it's not a miracle. It is not to our credit. It is to the government's credit. So that's kind of data, that's the kind of evidence you need to produce of a partnership that is truly anchored around people and planet, but led by the government. Leadership can't be with foreigners. It never works. It has to be with the government.
She did that. Thumbs up.
I couldn't agree more on that.
Absolutely. Well, to end this, let's ask how it works, but from a very human side of each one of you. I want to ask you what keeps you personally committed and grounded to this journey? Very shortly, because we're running out of time. Dania, with you.
I think it takes a lot of patience, but it's very rewarding to hear the stories of your beneficiaries and the impact that happens. So we're all driven by numbers, right? But you just get that sense of satisfaction and pride when you listen to your beneficiaries or see the effect of the programs that you're doing.
Amazing. Firo?
My children, they are adopted, and through Childline we found them when they were eating from the garbage bins. And that's what keeps me committed. I don't want any child to ever have that.
What a beautiful human you are. Adrian?
Nobody can beat that.
Absolutely. Adrian is thinking what to say next.
Well, I was thinking about kids. You know, we always tell our kids, don't we, you know, when some bad thing happens in the world, look at all the people coming to help. Look at the people who try to fix things. And the reason for hope for me, and the reason why I get up in the morning, is because my experience overwhelmingly over the last 20, 30 years has been that people want to cooperate, and when they do, they can achieve extraordinary things.
Amazing.
You know, Mahatma Gandhi famously used to say, find a purpose, the means will follow. And I have seen that playing itself repeatedly in everything we attempt to do. The moment we find a purpose, the actors come together, they align, and the resources happen. So anybody that tells you resources are not available lives in a parallel universe. Resources are always available if your ideas are right, if your heart is pure, and if your mind is focused.
Amazing. Thank you, Dania, Jiro, Adrian, and Satya for such a deep, reflective conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause to my esteemed panel. Thank you. This way, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every story we have heard today, whether about innovation, policy, philanthropy, personal stories, as we just heard, has centered around one essential truth. Our world is changing faster than ever, and so must our understanding as well of what it means to act all together. And now we move into a segment that expands the idea from the architecture of systems to the architecture of humanity itself. It unfolds into two parts, a keynote that challenges us to rethink how we define connection and belonging on a global scale, followed by a panel discussion that translates that vision into tangible pathways for collaboration and impact. The title says it all. We're going to need a bigger tent. So, our next speaker has dedicated her life building the very space. As the executive president and co-founder of the World Human Forum, Alexandra Mitsotakis has led a movement from the bottom up that reconnects to the very essence of what makes all of us humans, about the ability to think collectively and act compassionately and build futures that honor both people and planet. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Alexandra Mitsotakis. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Good evening. I know we had a long day and heard many interesting and inspiring things. I would like to share actually two stories with you. And let me first show you something, a card game we did with the World Human Forum, which also asks the question, so who is responsible for implementing the 17 SDGs? And who is responsible? We heard a lot about the role of government. We heard a lot about the role of corporate sector and, of course, the third sector, the non-for-profit. But what about alpha, the first letter of the Greek alphabet, individuals? Because at the end of the day, who is creating all those NGOs, all those projects, all those initiatives? It's men and women around the world who feel that they want, need, and know how to contribute something. And this individual action is important, and it requires certain skills and qualities. Let me show you a picture that was taken a few days ago in Tokyo. It is a children's summit. Yes, children, from 5-year-old to 18-year-old, who come up with ideas and projects of how to improve their school, their neighborhood, and their community, and in fact, life on planet Earth. This project is called Design for Change. You will find it on the internet, and it is now working in 70 countries, mainly in the Global South, and it connects, in fact, more than 2 million children to each other. So, yes, we need a bigger tent in order to include the amazing collective intelligence of all citizens, but also of the citizens of the future, our children. I would like now to tell you a little different story, but the letter alpha is again here present. I will show you a picture of, sorry, I don't know where it is. It should. Anyway, I would like to tell you about a project that we are doing in Greece from an ancient site. This ancient site is the site of an island, a museum island, Delos. It is opposite the famous party island, Mykonos. And there we are working on a project that connects what we call the first AI to artificial intelligence. And the first AI is ancestral intelligence. It's the intelligence of our ancestors. And it is very important to remember that both at the level of humanities, through philosophy, at the level of spirituality, through the different teachings of religions of the world, but also through the arts, humanity has come up across many wonderful ideas and a deep knowledge, particularly when it comes to our connection to nature, that we have lost over the last 200, yes, it's this picture I was looking for. This amphitheater is more than 3,000 years old. And this is where we gather in order to speak in a different way about what is needed, this connection between ancestral and artificial. This is something that doesn't exist only in Greece. Obviously, it exists in every part of our globe. It exists certainly in your region, in the Arab Peninsula. Think about it. The management of oases in the past was probably the most brilliant way to manage finite resources. And it was done for centuries. And we have to learn from what was done. We have to learn of how people were building their houses and their cities without air conditioning to keep it warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There is so much knowledge there that we must not lose. We must remember it is important. So there again, we need a bigger tent. We need a bigger tent that will keep inside the collective intelligence of all active citizens of the world, of the citizens of tomorrow, our children, but also a tent that will include the ancestral intelligence, which means a tent where our ancestors will also find their place. I think if we do that, then we will succeed. And I know that all of us who work in the nonprofit sector, we heard earlier on, money is missing, knowledge is missing, connections are missing, partnerships are missing. It is very difficult to start something from the bottom up without resources in particular. We in Delphi, another ancient site in my country, Greece, have created the World Human Forum. And here we are today. We were just a group of dedicated, inspired, and passionate citizens. And therefore, we always keep Nelson Mandela's words in mind. It always seems impossible until it's done. So thank you again for the invitation. And just remember that our ancestors have to guide us towards this difficult future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. Please have a seat. That was really inspiring and deeply a human call to widen our circle. It's not about what we build, ladies and gentlemen. It's about who we include. And now the second part of this segment continues the dialogue Alexandra began. So please join me in welcoming the moderator of this session with her esteemed panelist, Mona Bousleyman, Senior Advisor, UNIOM. Please, big round of applause. Thank you. I pass the mic to you, Mona. After you. Good luck. Good luck.
Good afternoon and welcome. We're going to need a bigger tent, partnerships for collective impact. I'm Mona Bousleyman, Senior Advisor at UNIOM, and I'll be guiding our conversation this afternoon. We stand at a strategic inflection point for the social sector all over the world. Funding flows are shifting, power is moving closer to communities, digital tools are redefining impact, and cross-sector boundaries are starting to blur. But disruption offers choice. The model and partnerships we shape today will determine whether the sector thrives in its relevance and reach or fragments under pressure. Over the next 20 minutes, our panel will dig into the nuts and bolts of true collective impact, how we co-design solutions across governments, businesses, nonprofits, and communities. Partnerships that are adaptive and inclusive. Today, we have with us Her Excellency Nuha Qattan, Deputy Minister of National Partnerships and Talent Development in the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. She has led the kingdom's cultural talent development strategy, integrated the arts into education, and driven private sector engagement for sustainable cultural and sports growth. With us also is His Royal Highness Prince Walid bin Nasser Al Saud, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Mukatafa Foundation, a consultancy that is quite unique, forging public-private collaborations to advance legislation under Saudi Vision 2030. And with us also, of course, our speaker today, Alexander Mitsotakis, the Executive President and co-founder of the World Human Forum, who is a veteran of citizen-driven initiatives. And our last speaker is Anita Libera, the regional head of the Middle Eastern, Europe, and Central Asia UN Global Compact. Anita shapes the UNGC's regional strategy, convenes businesses, governments, and civil society to turn sustainability and commitments into action. Her leadership has mobilized multi-million-dollar public-private partnerships across MENA and beyond, advancing the SDGs at country and board levels. So, welcome to the last session of the day. Everybody's a bit tired, but I think one of the things that we always talk about is that we can have a lot of good information, good data, good initiatives, but without good partnerships, nothing will move. So my first question to everybody, and I want everybody to think of it from their own perspective, what defines a good partnership for you? Nuha, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for that question. I think in my role as leading partnerships at the Ministry of Culture and for the ecosystem at large, let's say, we usually like to start thinking about partnerships with the impact and outcome in mind. We sometimes fall in the pitfall of thinking of inputs. What would it take? What are we going to do together? But we don't think what it yields in results. So in the ministry, what we opted in doing is actually creating a framework that allowed us to identify very early on what are the outcomes or the impact we're trying to achieve and link it back to the strategy of the National Culture Strategy. So our partnerships framework builds into either partnerships for infrastructure, how do we build more ecosystem and infrastructure elements for a nascent industry of culture in Saudi Arabia, partnership for talent development, so how are we creating more talent and creating programs that offer growth opportunities for our young talents in Saudi, partnerships for content creation and programming, partnerships for funding and financing and pooling more funds to create more impact, hopefully. And last but not least, partnerships for legislation and regulation. How do we partner with other government bodies that may hold and be responsible for other regulation that still complements and drives our culture sector in Saudi? With that framework, I think once we put partnerships together, we immediately think of the outcome. What are we trying to achieve? Are we enhancing a policy? Are we developing talent? Are we building buildings or infrastructure together? After that is well established, I think then becomes the how and the when and the what and all the other questions that follow. So that we found quite helpful in achieving, we have over 250 partnerships today under the Ministry of Culture and the commissions, all delivering among those 5 dimensions we mentioned. And so far, they've yielded quite massive results that we see exponentially delivering over the past 8 years, I think, of the existence of the ministry.
So I'd love 250 partnerships, so there's a lot of challenges in that, but I'll come back to that point. Anita, I think you have a very unique perspective because you both work with the UN, SDGs, the MENA, as well as Saudi Arabia with Vision 2030. I would love to know a little bit more about what you see as a successful partnership from that perspective.
Very interesting, and thank you so much for everyone staying until now. So I know you're tired, but let me start with a question, and it could be a guesses. So I'm going to look at partnerships from a different perspective. Everybody today on the panelists, in a way or another, addressed something, like whether it's the household, whether it's the culture, whether it's the education, climate. So they all go under one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and are towards the Sustainability Agenda 2030. And it's not coincidental at all why we have the Saudi Vision 2030 and the great intersectionality between the two. So we are now almost end of 2025, beginning 2026 nearly, and we have just 4 years to go. Let's have a guess. How many of the SDGs do you think we're on track in terms of how much we have achieved them? Just drop a number. I know it's the end of the day, so let's rev up.
40%?
Yes, but how much of it do you think we are achieving?
70.
That's too pessimistic. I mean, that it's very optimistic, but let's get an average somehow. So we're only 15% of the SDGs we're on track. So that should really scare all of us. And 18% of the SDGs are regressing, and 47% are regressing super slowly, and we're just 4 years behind. So everybody's work, in a way or another, it will go eventually to one of the SDGs. And if we're not all pulling our collective efforts together, I mean, even if we look at it as a moonshot, but we're still like, we need a lot of partnerships. And that's why I always love to talk about the partnerships, because it's my probably favorite SDG, which is SDG 17. So it's the times that we're looking at it. So as the UN Global Compact, we are the largest initiative that works with the private sector. Although there has been many political headwinds in Europe or in globally, you don't need me to tell you, of course, but our number has been growing. So what does this mean? The private sector believes in sustainability, and they are really getting it wired into their internal levers for them. However, we cannot achieve it alone. It's like, it is not a better time to say between the public-private partnerships, it's now and to do. And with creating today's like the third sector, there was this very interesting title that we had when budgets buckle up. I mean, we have to get creative, right, in how we're going to close those gaps. So partnerships are also changing, and that's a very important thing. We see that partnerships are going more towards very specific timeframes. Before it's like, okay, we do this philanthropy, we do this, we do that. But now partnerships are coming along and this year, it's our 25th anniversary, by the way, and we're seeing this metamorphosis of types of partnerships and coalition. Partnerships now, for example, if you're working on climate, you want to go towards SBTI. They want to have specific outputs within specific years. It's not like now anymore, just open-ended. Let's hope the best comes. Let's see the outcomes where it goes. Coalition on the Oceans. There are the big companies in the region as well. And it's amazing, by the way. We are somehow, I always say, since I oversee 3 different regions, and it's so interesting to see the conversations of partnerships even between Europe is quite different from Central Asia, and it's quite different in the Middle East. In Europe, we are bound with reporting and all these regulations, and now partnerships are always thinking, oh, what are we reporting as well at the back of our minds? Here we have different types. And I always say, there is a lot of role that in these partnerships that this region can emerge in a leading role of partnerships as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. The region can lead with its own values, and I don't think there's anybody who exemplifies Saudi values in partnerships than Prince Walid, who actually created a consultancy pioneering this in a time that nobody was thinking about this, tackling very difficult sectors. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about what partnerships look for you.
أول شيء شكرا على الفرصة.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. From our name, we are called Mukatafa, putting shoulders together, Mukatafa. This is a non-profit organization, and our role is to build Mukatafa between the private sector and the private sector, and between the private sector and the public sector, and the public sector and the public sector, and the third sector as well. So, based on our experience for 3 years, we learned that working together or collaborating starts, in fact, with an interest that gathers different parties together, and our role is always to make sure that the problem that they target, that we all agree on, and it is well defined, and also to make sure that all stakeholders are chosen in a good way in order to form a team and to agree on a challenge, and after that to agree on solutions. We always, and if I'm going to speak about partnerships between the public and private sectors, we always look for what affects the growth of the sector, the cost of business in the sector, and the ease of doing business. And we work with different governmental entities. Recently, we started working on the organization of the relation between the third sector and the public sector, and we found that there is room and opportunity to enhance and improve regulations and procedures for the third sector, so we started working on that. Building on that topic, you said that we need to face the challenge. What is the biggest challenge that you see now in our sector? The biggest challenge that we see now is that the will of each founder to own pioneership and leadership. There is refuse of control. So first of all, to be registered on their name, and so that they can lead them. And we always find that there is a big group who try to do the same job, but in silos, in isolated silos. So we always find this problem of managing and gathering all different parties on one goal for each one. And this might lead us to another point that we learned from the private sector, that when we try to convince them to work together, we need to convince them of what is in it for them, other than the social interest and the public interest, but there is a private interest for them. So sometimes this is a motivation for the initiative, and it is difficult for the continuation of preserving the relationship, the enthusiasm, and how to get targets protected. This is a big challenge.
I think Muassasat Zahra was able to bring all the different cancer societies together to work for a common solution, and I think it should be a case study worldwide. Alexandra, of course, we heard your beautiful speech, But there's something that was very interesting when I was researching you, where you talked about partnerships from an individual point of view. You said everybody talks about governments and companies and NGOs and various stakeholders like foundations, but nobody talks about the individual.
Yes, well, I would like to say that in our little tarot game, there is another card, and it says what's missing. What's missing when we say 17 SDGs. And we believe that what's missing is the inner capacity of all of us to have the skills and qualities that are required to address the complexity of the challenges. And those skills and qualities, we need to teach them very early to our children, because we haven't learned them. It has to do with cooperation, with critical thinking, with communication, with creativity. This is what we should be learning and teaching our children and also ourselves. And this inner transformation that is required, remember Gandhi, be the change you want to see. Unless we understand that it has to start at our own level, we will not succeed. In fact, the world becomes a better place each time one person becomes a better person. And that we should say more often.
I think it's very important, as they say, when you look at an organism, to look at the cell. So the individual is the cell, and then all the ecosystems that are around him. Nuha, I loved your line where you said, I'm dealing with 250 partnerships. You did an amazing job at the Ministry of Sports, and we all see now the changes in society, in lifestyles, in things that are tangible because of the initiatives that you guys started. The cultural ministry is a little bit more abstract, right? It's the hidden values, the hidden beauty. So in the 250 partnerships, what are the challenges that you're facing? What are the most successful partnerships that really, with all the difficulties that we know you're facing, were able to change something in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, so that's a big question, but I'll start with so the 250 partnerships are done at the ecosystem level. So it's both the Ministry of Culture and the 11 commissions. So it makes my job a little easier, but nonetheless, still a lot of partnerships to manage. And what I want to make sure of is that we were never focused at the Ministry of Culture on the number of partnerships. So unlike other entities, perhaps that may put the number and quantity as a target, for us it was just, what are we bringing to the table? What is it? How is it helping develop the sector a bit more? I wouldn't call them challenges, but areas of focus that need to be well established throughout the partnership are a few, let's say, elements that are critical. First is, perhaps I'll build on what Prince Walid mentioned in terms of defining a very clear shared objective, starting from a common ground. When you're working with a partner, there's nothing that stipulates necessarily that that partner is going to work with you unless they have a vested interest. So where's that value proposition when we're approaching a new entity, be it a private sector or another government body or a third sector, of common goals and objectives we want to work on together. So that's one. Then it becomes about how do you clearly define targets so that you have measurable outcomes and it's not different understandings of what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, different understandings of what we're trying to achieve. How do you articulate very clear targets and KPIs and measurable outcomes that you're going to measure over time? Another thing I think Prince Walid alluded to was, because some of those partnerships are long-term in nature, how do you look at it from essentially a project perspective? You have a timeline, you have a plan towards it, you estimate the time that it will take, and then you start executing on it within that plan. And last but not least, governance. How do you govern the relationship? How do you keep the conversation alive? There is bound to be change of direction, change of priorities, maybe change in teams, leadership. How do you keep the governance and the relationship moving, partnership moving, in a way that is still focused on eye on the prize, but also not becoming just tactical or more relationship management? I'm looking really at partnerships with those initial outcomes or objectives in mind. Those are a few focus areas that we want to really make sure we get into. In terms of successful partnerships, we have many successful partnerships. And I think we have partnerships across the board with nonprofits, with other government. I won't name names, but I think the most successful partnerships from a genre perspective are the ones where we were able to maintain good governance, good relationships, and we created a teamwork environment that we're really working on this together. It's not us and you, it's us together. And we have a lot of those where we see impact driving results. So beyond the 5 dimensions I mentioned in terms of talent or infrastructure or legislation, keep an eye on what's after that. So if we created a legislation together, how does that legislation go back to GDP growth, job creation? How does it go back to sector development?
I think 100 Brands, I remember when the first idea came out, it's one of those initiatives that actually, as you said, hits all the different types of changes that you're looking for. Anita, we only have about 3 minutes, so if in 40 seconds, what is the biggest risk for the partnership of the SDGs collapsing at 15%? There is no way we can finish even 80% in 4 years. What does that mean? Does that mean loss of trust in the UN system? Does it mean that we have to try harder?
Well, a couple of things there. I mean, it's difficult to put it in 40 seconds, but the Prince already mentioned some of the challenges. Partnerships can get messy. So because it's, as much as we won't like to see it hunky-dory, it's like we're going to have a good end. And Her Excellency as well mentioned what is needed, the requirements, and what is it they look. But they can get still messy because everybody is coming from a different perspective. And at one point, we might lose like where we're going. And I think the most important things that it's the leadership. Today we mentioned there were 6,000 nonprofit organizations. And I think it's like more of this, who's coordinating? What are we coordinating? And that's why I think one thing I truly appreciate in Saudi vision, that there is a leadership, there is a clear focus. What is the spine that's like holding everything together? So leadership is a key thing that we need to look at when we have many partners. And the other thing is that we have to look at, I would say, leadership primarily, and the other one is resilience. This is a marathon. It's not like a 100-yard, like just we're running. It's a marathon, and getting these transitions is not going to be always linear. Sometimes we're going to have pushbacks, but sometimes in these pushbacks there is also some traction going on. Pushbacks are okay if we get some setback, but let's just keep on the big line. Where are we heading? So I think these two are the main challenges.
For you, I see. Principally, I'm going to ask you about the most successful partnership that you've had, and why is it different from the normal way we look at partnerships, which is branding and basically PR?
In fact, there are big examples, and if I give you an example of a success story that is existing, the public sector and the vision have a target for reducing the unemployment rate. The goal has always been changing and adjusting the public regulations, and they always started increasing the Saudization percentage and the localization of some of the jobs. What we could do, in fact, is to get the private sector together, speaking about retails, restaurants, and construction and contractions, and also contracting sector. Every one of them started to define the targets according to their different conditions, and they started on standardizing the regulations that they need improving or changing or motivating, and we started working together among all of them, and we could achieve the targets of the public sector as well as the private sector to get this conviction and the buy-in to achieve the target. As long as they have become part of the strategy and the regulation, they started leading the initiative. And this, in fact, led to other initiatives that are currently going on. We're working with the Ministry of Human Resources to develop skills and others. So the stories are, in fact, huge, and all parties have the willing to identify the goal, but sometimes they have different languages. So in Mukatafa, we play the role of a reconciliator who bridges these gap in a language that all understand.
I promised the organizers that we will not go over time, but I love how we were able to see this from international, regional, local, and also a very unique point of view about the individual that all are needed for partnerships to work. Thank you all for being with us today, and thank you all for staying so long and remaining.
Thank you all. What an inspiring day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. From the very first conversation this morning to the last word we have just heard, we have traveled across ideas, across borders, and across purpose itself. A heartfelt thank you to all of our speakers who shared their insights and their vision as well for what impact can truly mean. And to you, of course, our audience, you are a remarkably interesting crowd of people. شكرا لحضوركم. زانا جمعنا.
Thank you very much. We were honored to have you here. It deepened our thinking.
Of the Beyond Profit, let's carry forward that energy, that sense of going way beyond profit and just emphasizing on impact into tomorrow. We'll see you right back here at 10 a.m. Thank you so much. لكم مني أطيب تحية وإعم الدخيل. شكراً.